pressure's dropping now. Hold tight, it's thunder and lightning. I sit back and fall right back to sleep. Hold tight, it's thunder and lightning. I sit tight, it's thunder and lightning. Hold tight, it's thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. If you wanna strut your stuff, then you're never gonna get enough. I'll give you all the time I've got. Want to, then you can, but you're never gonna understand. You just can't connect the dots. Sit back, the pressure's dropping now. Hold tight, it's thunder and lightning. I sit back and fall right back to sleep. Hold tight, it's thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. Hold tight, it's thunder and lightning. Hold tight, it's thunder and lightning.
There we go. Hey everybody, I'm Odin, your humble DM for this wonderful adventure, the Quest for Golden Age episode, whatever the fuck it is. And above me on screen is the beautiful Death Taylor. Take it away.
Hello, I am Deaths Taylor. For anyone who has watched up to this point, I am playing Tenchi Hanamura, the human fighter that really, really just has an issue with people.
Below me is the beautiful Tofu.
Well, Tarfoon, or Tofu as they call me. I play Zeros, the half or tiefling artificer. Yeah.
That's the guy.
And I am Imrock, and I play Lord Shax, the wood elf fighter.
Says the voice from the ethereal.
Indeed.
Alright. So, last we left this beautiful crew, they had, with wit and guile, found themselves passed through the trial of the Elder, or Path of the Elder? I can't remember what I called it. Should read my notes, but I didn't.
Here we go.
Found themselves at the end of the line in the study of Raihim Koro, a seemingly inhuman being who has a aggressive connection to Tenchi, which after a lover's quarrel, I guess you could call it, Zaros is like, this is uncomfortable, I'm getting the fuck out of here, and dipped his way through a portal after robbing Raihim of his clothes.
You have no proof.
You hope. But you were also given a box from somewhere. A voice inside your head spoke, and apparating before you is a small, leather-bound wooden box. And after a gruesome snapping of the neck to just realign the spinal column, Tenchi was given a gift and well wishes from Raihim. And the three of you stepped through the portals together. And as reality warped and bent around you and colors grew vibrant and saturated, you stepped into the Feywild. Leaving the cave, the forest expanded for miles and miles and miles before you. And in the distance you saw three ivory and alabaster spires breaking the skyline. And as you took in this breathtaking sight, a voice to your right. I've been waiting for you three.
Looking to the right, what do we see?
As you turn to your right, just sitting cross-legged on the ground, not even looking at you, just staring out over the treetops, is a young, apparently human male. Clear complexion, cropped brown hair, wearing the very, old school, billowy, slightly transparent white cotton shirt, oiled linen pants, and bare feet. Just sitting cross-legged, just staring out.
I uncomfortably look over to my companions and just give a
Who are you?
It seems that, yes, seems you know who we are. Who are you?
My name is Caleb. I'm here to take you to the brothers.
Ah, well, that was easy.
Is your last name Widowcast?
All rights reserved? No. I said brown hair. He's not a ginger.
Are you related?
You usually say that after finding out the last name, not the first name.
But he turns his head. Well, you all well, you specifically, and he points at you, Tenchi. You look like shit. All of you.
I give a neck crack, and it's a sickening sound. I have seen better days.
We're a little road weary, yes, but nothing we can't push through.
Excellent. All right. Well. How's everybody else looking hit point wise? I know.
Yeah, I'm
Tenchi's-
almost full.
I'm at 2.
Yeah, Tenchi's fucked up.
You're fine.
Yeah. I died. It's
I'm
fine.
missing only a couple, but I'm mostly fine.
All right. So Caleb gets to his feet. Very fluid, smooth movements, and steps closer to you. Looks at you,
I take like a half step back. as
Well, he doesn't. He
gets
doesn't like
closer.
step up to you. Like he steps towards you. He
Okay.
stops. He looks at you and he goes, "May I?"
Finish me or help me.
Are you brave enough to find out? And he smiles.
You see an eye roll through pain. It's been a long enough day already. Just do it.
All right. He places his hand on your chest, and you get.
And I die immediately.
Yep. Two men party now.
Ah, thank God.
You know, I would like to say that's not deserved, but
Oh no, 100% deserved.
Tenchi.
Tenchi's terrible.
40, you get 48 hit points.
Dope.
Nice. Not bad.
Yeah. He places the hand on your chest, and just this warm, just pulse goes through your body, and all around you, you just smell like fresh earth and like the grass after it rains. Just that scent just kind of overwhelms you, and your muscles stop aching, and you feel revitalized.
Your neck no longer feels, as it do.
Yeah, just a quick little like just realignment as all that healing energy goes in, just like and it's back in place. It's like oh god. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
These
was having
forests are
trouble
not
standing
safe.
at this point.
Well, if you were all ready, if you need time, I know the Path of the Elder can be grueling, but if you were all ready,
The path of the Elder was not a problem. It was the keeper of the gate. But thank you.
Rhyhim is part of the path. And it seems he did not like you very much.
It's
The rest of us
mutual.
got along fine.
Well, you must be the well-mannered of the lot. Rhyhim's a stickler.
I don't think he'll like me for very long either.
Do we
Whatever
know
did-
what you did?
We don't know. He went back
Yeah.
into the bedroom.
No, you
and
all
then
don't know
said he
shit.
said he was putting them away.
Yeah,
And then- and
Jack's
then
like,
he
no,
took them.
and then I
Jax
did.
like gives him a look and is just like, nope, don't want to know. Nope,
Yeah.
not aiding and abetting. Not doing
And
it.
Caleb follows suit and goes, "Whatever you did, I don't want to know. I want no part of it. Mm-mm. No."
I just give like a chuckle.
Well, Caleb, if you know the way, then perhaps we can set up.
I absolutely do. There's a couple ways we could do this. I am here to guide you on whichever path you prefer. We can take the shortest way, which would be to visit the Whitecrest Estate and teleport from there. We could go to the Alabaster City if you wish to visit anybody. I know. I don't. How long's it been since you've been here, Shax?
I don't think I've actually ever been in the Feywild.
Caleb doesn't know that.
Okay, I was just checking to make sure that I had
You
my
have not.
backstory right. Yeah.
I have never visited. The gates were closed not too long after I was born in our years. So, this is my first time being here.
Well, I'm sorry you're stuck with me, but welcome home.
I appreciate it. I'm sure the company will be grand.
Wait, were you born here?
Me?
Well, both of you.
No, I was born in the High Forest where we came from.
And in a sense, yes, I was born here in the Feywilds.
What kind of teleportation does this castle use?
Whitecrest Estate. No
Estate,
castle.
okay.
Nolan would never have a castle. He's not the type. But Master Whitecrest has a permanent circle affixed to the Grumley Brothers compound.
Oh,
How long would the travel be if we take the not portal route?
A week, 2 if things are unfortunate. If we took a stop into the Alabasta City, you could get a lay of the land if you're interested in touring at all. And I'm sure there are people Shax would like to see. There's families here, after all. If we
Yeah, I
were,
was trying to look that up.
and if we were to take the trip to Whitecrest Estate, we would be there. It's roughly late afternoon at this point for you guys. We would be at the compound before nightfall.
going to be honest, the estate sounds much better. The circle very intrigues me.
But shucks, you have your family here?
Yes. Some of my family went through before the gates were closed. Part of me does wish to see them, but we are on a mission.
We are on a little bit of a time crunch.
We do have a job to do, and I am fine.
How far
going
away
straight to the
is
job, but
the
family is important. Leave me
how
alone.
far away is the city from the Grumley Brothers estate?
Overall, it would take a week if we move swiftly. If the roads disagree with us, though, it wouldn't do them much good. It would take 2 weeks, maybe. At most, at absolute most, 2 weeks.
Could we? I'm sorry. So, the city is how far from us now? It's that, and I pointed towards the direction of the towers.
Yeah, the towers, which, from, like, your best guess, it's between 5 and 10 miles. It's kind of hard to gauge from this distance,
Mhm.
but it is, like, there's no clearings, there's no roads. This is forest.
Yeah.
So it would take us a few days to get there, and then a few more days to get to the brothers if we detoured there. Like I said, under the right conditions, it would only take us a week. Under very bad conditions, no more than 2. I can also move very quickly. I can move all of us very quickly.
If I'm assuming you understand our dilemma here, where we're trying to figure out how to get Shax to see his family, and also get our job done in a short span of time.
Of course, that's why I gave you both options.
While I appreciate the consideration, that is not the mission here. And
It
if
is
we
not.
do our mission, if we complete our goal as we intend, I'll have all the time that I want to visit my family.
This is true.
It seems we are agreed to the White Crest
Yes,
manor.
estate.
Plus,
I
how
see.
often do you get to teleport? It's been forever since I was able to teleport. It's strange. But fun.
Has not been that long for me, but I can see the novelty.
I
mean-
have never teleported.
True that. Zaros Mortal, born in the midst of this Red Guard era. Oh. Well, if you are all ready, we should move swiftly, and we could make our way to the estate. We could be there within 2 hours, I'd say, at 3 at most.
Well, lead the way.
Excellent. I'm going to need you all to trust me unless you want to do this the long and hard way.
You understand why trust is hard for somebody who just showed up. You have a bit more with me due to the fact that you helped me out with my state, but
I trust you entirely.
he's not the leader for that reason.
Is there a leader? Do we have a
No.
leader?
No, there isn't, but you would not be it.
A 3-man
I
council.
resented that remark.
Well, I have 2 votes in favor. You, young man, will you trust me?
Well, I am very interested in the teleportation circle, so yes.
Excellent. Step over here to the edge with me. And he walks over, because you guys are kind of on like a flat surface, and as you walk with it, you guys are on a mountain. Like, you are on the equivalent of Star Mountain that you're just on. You are thousands of feet in the air. And he steps over to the edge of the flat surface, and it's a drop.
So we're pretty far out from the towers, but with us being so high up, can we get like a rough feel of how big that area is?
The towers that you see are plain as day. Like, you can see them easily. They are double digit, if not close to triple digits level of height. Which, from you have a lot of experience in cities, Tenchi.
Yeah.
In the material plane, man cannot make things that tall naturally.
Gotcha. How about like area it takes up? Can we see any of that, or is it like too far away?
Give me a perception check.
I'll do that. Eyes can do that.
Give it
First roll of
to
the
me.
night. Ah, good. That's a good start. What even is my perception? 2. So 19.
19. Okay, with a 19, you take a minute, like, as you're stepping over towards where Caleb is, and you're just kind of focusing for a bit, and you see the 3 towers. Clear, easily, just sharp against the landscape. And as you're looking at it, feels like there's no buildings there besides this. But then you see, and there's massive trees, and in between, spotted among them, are more of these alabaster towers that are occasionally peeking through the treetops. And occasionally you're seeing there's bits of spacing between trees, and you're just catching glints of whites and grays. And it spreads. From this distance, you can gauge a couple of miles across.
Okay.
Is where you're seeing, like, the ends of these buildings.
Gotcha. Okay. It's a base idea.
Alright. So, you all step up to the edge with Caleb?
Yeah.
Push him off the edge. No.
Yep.
Go for it.
Step up.
No, it won't go well for me.
Alright.
Never does.
As you step up and cluster around him, this is going to be fun. And he spreads out his hands, and the ground around all of you, you sink into it for just a second, and then you're lifted up, and the stone shifts out and just starts to smoothly slide, like a 15 by 10 foot slab of stone just lifts up, slides down, and starts to just shift, controlled, down the edge of the mountain. And he just has his hands up. He is clearly controlling this slab of stone as you go.
Nice.
Aye.
And it takes maybe 15 minutes for him to descend 2,000 to 3,000 feet back down to forest level.
A long elevator ride.
Controlled avalanche. It's fine.
That just reminds me of like Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, this,
Yes.
this dude is earthbending, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he comes to a stop, and the stone just shifts and turns into gravel and just fades away into the ground around. All right, this way. And he starts heading. Actually, give me a survival check with disadvantage, except you, Shax. You can give me a survival check, regular roll.
It'll basically be with disadvantage because it's me rolling.
I don't know. Last session you were doing amazing. Whatever dies you were
We-
using when you were
right.
playing.
We all
You're
were.
I just stopped using the tower. The tower, I think, was the thing that was messing me up.
Yeah, that could be it.
Never mind.
Sometimes it's about the material you're rolling on. It really is. Certain dies I have do really good on like a mat. Other ones
Yeah.
are awesome on just like the wood of my desk.
I have had that too.
So I got a 10.
Okay. Shax.
Got a 4.
Okay.
Got a
Zaros.
7.
7.
Disadvantage is difficult, and Emrock is always at disadvantage.
Essentially. So you reach down to the forest floor, and the canopy overhead is thick. And it's. You feel like, based on where you went in the mountain before you came through the portal, it feels like you should be heading east, but the position of the sun doesn't seem quite right. Okay. He
Are there
heads-
multiple suns?
There's not multiple suns. No.
Okay, just check.
But based on what you are used to experiencing in the wild, it feels like the sun is in the wrong place. But you start heading through in a eastward direction, and head through the forest. And if everybody could go ahead and give me perception checks as you travel.
Come on, better than a 2.
You can do
Oh.
it.
I got a 3.
There you go.
I am too amazed by everything around me and not paying attention to important stuff.
Just straight shock and awe.
And it's a certain feeling being in the Feywild. It is almost like a mild drug the entire time you're there, isn't it? Just the air itself can be intoxicating.
For you, everything seems. It's like that day in spring when suddenly the pollen's gone. For you. All of a sudden, you're smelling better. Your vision is sharper. Like, you're seeing things in better detail. Rolls be damned. Shax's senses are in overdrive at the moment. Like, it
Mhm.
feels like you just pulled your head out of a fog for
Mhm.
the first time in over 200 years. This is how you are meant to experience.
Nice.
Yep.
I got an 8.
8?
16.
Okay.
A 3.
3.
I told you from the last session, those rolls were going to catch up to us. And
Absolutely.
they slowly have been.
It's bound to happen. Get them out of the way now before it's important. You know?
You know?
You know,
Um,
here's to hoping.
Shax, you notice certain plants in this forest seem to move. As you walk past bushes, they turn. And there are moments where... Wasn't that a person? Nope. That's a tree. Or there's just glimpses of humanoid shapes, movements, glittering lights just shift and move all around you, and as soon as you go to focus on them, they're gone. Or some form of nature is there instead of what you thought you saw.
Dryads, baby.
He'll actually ask Caleb.
What I am catching out of the corners of my eyes, is it there, or simply a trick?
It's a bit of both, actually. Most of it is sprites and fairies and the like playing about. They see mortals in the forest and they're intrigued, they're interested, they want to play. But some of it, and he'll actually point, and you actually can see a man and a woman dancing through the forest, and Kale will go, and they both look quickly, and the two of them spin, and in their place is an oak tree. Told you, this forest it can be a dangerous place. Most of them mean well. It's if you head too far east that things get a little dicey.
Indeed.
Yeah. The withered forest is not anywhere you ever want to go. If you see white trees, turn and run the other way.
Birch trees.
Not
I've
birch
been
trees.
scared by birch trees.
Not birch trees, trust me. You'll know the difference. These are white trees, crimson leaves, and pomegranate flowers, or purple flowers, however you want to call them. That's the withered forest. And it's a dangerous place.
Sounds beautiful all the same.
I don't know. The withered forest just sounds so appealing and vacationy.
He genuinely grows somber for a minute.
It's okay. I do not feel the same way at all.
It is
Whatever he said that made you sad, I disagree.
that. No, it's the withered forest is a place of death and evil. But we have a mission to complete. And I'm not taking you that far east, so.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Excellent. Alright. Let's speed this up. And he shifts his hands out again. He goes, you can only do it for a little while, but hop on. Then a stone slab forms under his feet again.
Another ride.
And with that, he just starts shifting you through the forest. And you actually watch as the slab, it's not so much he veers and moves, but the stones you're on, at one point you're on his right or his left, and then he shifts you in front of him or behind him. The slab itself is always moving in a straight line, but he is moving the shape of the slab to navigate the forest.
Cool.
Yes.
Interesting.
While we're going, I lean over to Zaros. It seems someone is not keen of sarcasm. I'm going to have to watch that.
Yes, it seems they're quite literal. No humor here. Ha ha ha.
I
I'm still
don't know.
not sure if you're talking about a new friend or Shax.
I mean both.
I can get away with sarcasm with you because you just take it literally, but not in like the miserable sense.
You know.
So, after roughly 2 hours of travel, the trees start to grow sparse, and he slows the stone slab, and once again it dissolves into gravel and dirt and just composts into the earth beneath your feet. And he begins to walk forward, and suddenly you're in a field. But not like a field of grass. You're in a cornfield.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Misjudged just a little bit. Let's go that way. And he skirts around the field a bit, and as you pass it, you are in a very large clearing. And there are fields on fields of crops here. There's corn, which you just saw, and then there are pumpkin patches and bushes of fruits. You actually off in the distance see a bit of what appears to be like fruit trees. And there are gravel paths cutting through this, and wooden bridges that span over small, appearing, because they're too straight to be natural, man-made canals that just cut this estate that has to be easily 20 acres or more of land. And you start to see small hovels and cottages scattered through it. And in the center, there is 4 stories tall, made of oak wood and gray stones. A just very average and modest looking windmill with a house just kind of built into the bottom of it.
Okay.
Welcome to the
When
White
you
Crest
said
Estate.
4 stories and then modest, I was wondering where you were going with it. Did
It's
not
a
realize
windmill,
the
yo.
windmill was going to be. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
realize the windmill was going to be the next
4
word. But you
stories
got 4 stories and
windmill.
modest out, and I'm like, we're gonna have to have a chat about this.
Very modest.
No, it's just a very rustic windmill with like the house actually built in. Very like
Yeah.
lighthouse keeper cottage style, just
Yeah.
with a windmill on the side.
Cool.
Small loan of $1 million.
That's it.
You know.
Caleb turns to us.
Odin had a lot of money come into him recently, so like everything's
I
just
wish.
modest now.
I wish. Please.
We all wish.
But Caleb goes, "Welcome to the White Crest Estate."
It's very plain.
Homie,
Yes.
Pleasant.
not
Master
what
White.
I was expecting.
For someone as
surprise.
powerful enough to have a teleportation circle, certainly.
Master Whitecrest carved this place out of the forest with his own hands to give as many of the mortal races that came through the portal 200 years ago a place to live safely. The Feywild is not forgiving towards mortals.
That is certainly
I wish
true.
I could have read more, but there are no books about the Feywilds.
I wonder why.
It's a shame the world you all come from.
We all think that as well.
That's why you're here.
Why we're here.
That's right,
Is that what?
Shax.
That is why.
Hopefully we can change it. But first we need to get you to the brothers. So come, let's go. And he hops onto the gravel path now, as he's not walking through a cornfield, and guides you through. And you do see, working the fields, humans. A couple of orcs, you see a couple of dwarves. Mortal races just clustered about. There are homes, there are children playing. A few people wave and say hello to Caleb. He seems to be a staple in this area.
Well known.
Yes. And no real stares at you. You catch the, oh, Caleb, who are you with? And Travel is here to meet the brothers. It just seems to be kind of his standard response. Nobody seems to
Travelers
know.
from where? Don't worry about it.
Nowhere you've heard of.
You know?
From a different school.
Which, truthfully, seeing
It's a different
how
school.
seeing how all of these mortal races were probably born here,
Yeah.
probably know where they've heard of.
Yeah.
It's quite literally a possible thing.
Yeah.
And you get to the point where you're passing it's probably the second canal you're walking over and getting pretty close to this windmill house combo. And a large half-orc just kind of comes jogging over the bridge and stops and pants for a second. Caleb, are these These new recruits, replacements for Mercy.
What's Mercy?
If it has anything to do with Mercy, I do not believe that Tenshi is qualified.
Oh, absolutely
Tenchi
not.
holds back a laugh, like just
Caleb, he kind of chuckles at you guys' responses. No, they are coming to meet the brothers, but I don't know if they would be commando material.
But
I am
now-
not.
now-
I am
now
not
we're
getting
supposed
it scripted. That's not why we're here.
Zaros.
Yep.
Give me a history check.
Hey, a good roll finally.
Nice.
Total of 24.
24. As soon this guy says mercy, and Caleb follows up with, they wouldn't be commando material.
Yep.
And that sparks something in your brain. Zaros knows about the Iron Flank Commandos. They existed in the material plane. They were not what you as players know them as in that time, but they were the elite military force that the Gromley brothers created and used to protect them and their crafting guild. They were squads of 3. They were always chosen by the Gromleys of the fiercest warriors they could find. Mercenaries from all over the Sword Coast had flocked there to essentially try out. They used to hold Colosseum-esque combat games to select the commandos.
Are you not entertained?
That, essentially.
Do you have it?
Are you not entertained?
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Love me
Love
some
you.
Amarok soundboard. Well, that sparks your mind. That conversation makes sense to you. You know what they're talking about.
Yep.
York goes, shame. It's good to see you, Master Caleb. Take care. And he keeps jogging right on by.
Do we see any other abodes about?
Yeah,
Or
there
is it
are
just-
like
okay.
hovels and cottages scattered
Okay.
throughout all of this place.
Okay,
Yeah, there are small
there's a
like
little village.
yeah, there's like entry to like Witcher, like the White Orchard style, like the 3 or 4 like grouped together around like a stable or like a big fire, like scatterings of those in places. A few solitary ones, water mills along these canals. This seems to be like
Gotcha.
a thriving just farming community.
Gotcha.
After the half orc gets like just out of earshot. So, Master Caleb,
Just a sign of respect. I'm nobody's master.
I assumed we were being led around by someone of high ranking.
No, not at all. I am just a sentry and occasionally a messenger.
So, not a commando yourself.
Oh, no. No. I'm not one for combat.
Each their own.
I'm good at traveling through the woods. And
As you have proven.
you did notice that when you met him, he was barefoot, and he is still just barefooted. Just this whole trip through the woods, he's still just feet in the ground.
Well,
To be
when you
fair-
can mold the earth to your will, like you can always be walking on Mars.
He's
Why
not
would you need
blind, by
shoes?
the way. Not blind.
Got it.
Uh-huh.
In fact,
Uh-huh.
I
Don't believe you.
apologize. Can everybody give me another perception check? I'm sorry. I should have done this earlier and I forgot.
Ha! 18.
I think I see something.
Yeah. Finally.
Yeah, I got a 4.
Jesus.
So perception.
Yeah.
13. So,
Okay.
maybe.
If the others choose to point this out to you, Shax, you will notice Caleb has two different colored eyes. His right eye is just like a dull, like stormy gray color. His left eye is vibrant green. Zaros, to you, especially as the sun has started to set, the sky is starting to purple. Out of the corner of your eye, it almost looks luminescent. Almost.
So what would have been strong enough to kill a commando squadron?
The
Well,
withered
we're assuming
forest.
that they were killed. Maybe they just quit.
Nobody quits the commandos. The
Never.
withered forest was strong enough to kill Mercy Squad.
The withered forest.
You join us at a somber time. So hopefully your arrival will bring some joy. It is...
I apologize. I made fun of something that was a sore subject.
I
My
appreciate your
condolences.
apology, but you didn't know, so there's no need. It is more a warning. The commandos are nothing to be trifled with. Even the least imposing of all of them. Something that could take down one of them it is few and far between that this happens. So, and I should warn you before we get there. I believe, in fact, I am glad you arrived when you did so I can attend. We are holding the funerals for Mercy Squad. So,
Is that appropriate for us to attend this afternoon?
I'm not asking you to attend, but
Oh,
it is at
okay.
the compound, and so I am happy I will be able to return and attend because I have been waiting for you.
Understood.
But
I'm glad
That
we arrived.
that does lead to me. Hold up, before we move forward. How did you know we were going to be there at this point, at this juncture?
I didn't
I'm
know you would
just-
be there. I've been waiting for months.
I'm sorry we took so long.
Don't be.
It's specifically that room.
It was a part of the plan. That is all.
But for months.
Yes.
Did we see a campsite?
You saw him sitting cross-legged
Yeah,
in the
Stands
dirt.
up.
Natural area all around. He was just there.
He's not like so
dedication.
natural. He's not wearing clothes, right?
No. He wears like a nice like brown linen pants that are like there's like that ever so like dull luster to them, so like they're clearly like oiled and treated, and then just a simple just like billowy cotton shirt.
Lives his life the way that he came into the world.
With literally nothing. Screaming in terror.
Screaming in terror. Oh gosh.
So I just
Okay.
wanted to warn you that it will be a place of mourning when we arrive. It is not usually like this. The compound is usually full of life and a lot of activity and preparation. It will be a little withdrawn.
Do you still have a full alphabet of commandos?
It's an alphabet.
Yes. 26 squads. 3 members apiece.
I look over to Zaros, just kind of give a. Like, when were you sharing this info?
Well, what? I know lots of stuff. I don't know when to share it all.
Your party is going to the area that this is relevant. Maybe
Look,
feel
it
like being-
escaped my mind, okay?
It escaped your mind where we're going.
Not where we're going, just who was there. Well, yeah, I didn't exactly know they were actually there still. I knew that they were a thing when they were still in the material plane, but I didn't know that they were a thing in the Feywilds. I kind of assumed it still might be, but I wasn't sure until we got here.
I stared directly at Shax, gesturing to Zaros.
I forget things all the time. I can't say anything.
Thank you.
And this is my party. I'm getting paid. Getting paid. Getting paid.
We're saving the world. It'll be a great time. So, Samba, we are very good at being subtle and Samba. That is our middle names. I don't have a middle name. It's there two names, subtle and Samba.
I am getting that vibe from your group. Yes, I am.
We are a problem. I am sorry. You have to deal with it.
So, in all seriousness, the commandos are not. They're not violent people, but they do violent things for a living. And
I understand that.
it is a tight-knit family. And they all just lost an integral part of their family.
Alt.
So, if you come off in a smart-ass manner or anything of the kind, you may not mean it, and I understand that. The commandos themselves may not take it as such. So I just advise...
Hold your tongue.
Yes.
I will put on my people face.
You have one of those.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
You have not seen in my bag.
Ah, you mean the face made of actual people? Understood.
Yeah.
Caleb is just kind of staring like...
I do not have one of those. I'm sorry. It was a joke for them. Apologies. I
But
do
yes.
not. That is not.
Me.
That is not. Yes, I kill people. Yes, I take proof at times. I don't take people's faces. That is. I draw the line there.
Shax looks at Caleb.
I don't believe him. But I believe that we, at the very least, will understand to hold our tongues around people that we might offend. That is
Especially people
least
that
something
could
we
kill
can
us very easily.
also that.
very
just-
easily.
Just to help things, and then you see him just take a moment and focus, and the black robes that he normally wears, that have like red accents through it, all the red accents disappear, so it's a solid black robe.
Oh, actually, I have the perfect thing for this. And I pull out, I pull my bag down. You know, I'll pull out all the 3 sets of nice clothing. So
Walk up and slap him. I mean, mid doing this, as soon as I see them come out, I just open hand slap.
Are
Did you not see what happened to me? And he doesn't like me. You stole from him.
oh yes.
Do you slap for damage?
Yes.
Roll
It's
an attack.
Tenchi.
Roll,
It's Tenchi. He does everything for damage.
roll an attack roll. Roll an unarmed strike.
You want me to roll?
No way.
Please not want it.
20.
Please not one.
I know
got
it's
it.
only 52 damage because it's a melee unarmed strike, but yes, and
Natural
that 20 that. So technically it's 1 and 1. So it's.
Oh
Dude.
shit.
No, proficiency. You're always proficient in your.
Oh right. So
Yeah, you're a
oh,
fighter,
oh, God.
dude.
Oh right. Yeah.
Actually, no.
No, that's Tavern Brawler.
But it's strength.
Well,
you
that's-
add your
yeah.
strength to damage. Yeah.
I am my strength modifier to damage, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you
Yep.
had
So
your
it's
strength
it's
modifier.
2d1s plus your strength modifier.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
so
two-
5
5
damage.
damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Beautiful.
he smacks the fuck out of you, dude.
You're gonna be feel that for a day.
And then just.
What?
I mean, they are nice suits. Those are beautiful.
Yes, exactly.
Were they worth your life?
Well, they
Wait,
might help save it.
wait.
Where do you think you got these from? The conversation we had earlier.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh.
Now you understand my frustration.
I hope you have alternate means to get back to the material plane.
We don't.
Not yet, but I am working on it.
All right. All right. Okay. Well. And he turns. Just starts walking towards the windmill.
He completely and utterly regrets waiting at the portal for over a month.
Yes.
Look,
Not
I know
once.
it was not the best idea, and I'm aware that he probably knows.
Shax is already walking away.
Yeah,
He
I-
has nothing to do with this.
We are not waiting for you to change. We have. moved
I
on.
wasn't going to change, but I'll put them back in the bag, and I'm gonna follow.
We have entirely moved on.
Shit. Shax, you were told to warn him, weren't you? Rahim
Wait,
told you
what?
to say something to the friend that stole from him. I believe at the end,
I
as one
think-
of you
yeah,
were
actually, I
passing
think
through
you're
the
right.
portal.
So, yeah.
He was like, "Tell your friend I don't like being stolen from," or something. He may have mentioned
Similar.
taking a bite out of his ass. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. No, you're just gonna walk away.
Yeah,
All right.
no. We've entirely. We understand that we have lost one of the 3 party members. He just doesn't
Yeah.
know it yet.
You have an expiration date.
Yes, you
You
do.
have good party members with you, Tofu.
I stabbed him twice. What do you expect? What do you
And
What do you
punched him.
expect? And punched him, and now slapped
He's
him.
violent. This
Yes,
Tenchi
I
guy
am.
is violent. Sorry,
Yes, I
just
am.
shoot him in the kneecaps.
Can do.
So Caleb walks up to the windmill, the house built into the bottom of it, and just thatched roof, white like plastery walls, and like cross beams, like very very classic, just like old style like farm building, with this windmill just built up out of the back. And by the way, while you guys were talking, you actually heard a small explosion coming from this direction. Caleb didn't react.
I was more powerfully disappointed.
And Caleb walks up and knocks on the door a few times. Just kind of waits and looks around. And after like 5 minutes, yeah, the door.
Probably after like
opens.
2 minutes. Probably after like 2 minutes, it's like, do we need to knock harder?
Oh no. Constantine just takes his time.
All right, I'll trust you. You've done this before, so.
Only once or twice. I could walk in, but it's just bad manners.
Rude.
And after roughly 5 minutes, the door slowly opens up. And there in front of you is a tall, slightly stooped, deep purple, long, curling back ram horns tiefling with stark white hair, slicked back, like pomaded back in between the horns, wearing a very, very fine black and like the velvet edged suit, like that, like the sheened collar, and the starch white shirt underneath. Caleb, it's so good to see you. And Caleb goes, "Hello, Constantine. I have brought the people we've been waiting for. We are hoping to use Master Whitecrest's circle to get home."
Well, the master's busy. You know how he gets his experiments. They keep him occupied, but I don't see a problem with that. I I can send you one through, no problem, no problem. Please, please, come this way, Master Caleb, come.
And he steps back and opens the door and bows and ushers you all through.
Yeah, Zaros is like kind of like dead-eyeing him and like aghast because he's never, he hasn't seen a purple tiefling before.
Nope, just the family of
Yeah.
red.
And-
No. I think
I know
Giselle's purple.
Giselle's purple. Never
Giselle's
mind.
purple.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
But
if
I
he
don't.
was red
I
or
don't know if
purple.
you've ever seen one with horns this
Yeah,
long.
that's
as in, like,
long.
they've
Yeah, this dude
lived
is fucking
this-
old, dude. Like,
Yeah, they've lived this long.
Yeah. So he's like, he like steps through, but like still like looking at him. And kind of like slowly just like walks past, like looking over his shoulders.
and
Subtlety.
once you all step through, Constantine closes the door behind you all, and he looks up and he notices you looking.
I'm going to take your eyes.
I'll wait.
What do we see on the inside while we're here?
Roll a perception check.
Another 10. Roll's been real weak
Beautiful.
today.
As you look around, what you're seeing seems to be spotless. It is pristine levels of cleanliness in here. There is not a speck of dust anywhere. A very, like, cottagecore, cozy building. But it seems larger than what you were looking at on the outside. But it's a nice spread, like, entryway, and it just opens up into a open floor. There's a kitchen tucked over in the left-hand corner, wall-to-wall cabinets. The left-hand side has like an entire like glass hutch full of, you can see, dishware and like a lot of it, spice racks, and above it is like actual hanging like drying spices. Closer to you, but on the same side of the building, is a large, just again, it's all open floor plan, is like a dining room, like a 15-foot long table lined up with benches on each side. No chairs, just two big benches. And to the right, kind of dead center in the wall, is a massive hearth, and there's probably three love seats and like a full couch. Like it's huge. And tucked into the corner, there's armchairs and books, and just, it looks like you just walked into a cottage core, open floor planned house, but it's huge. And then there is two doors across from you, and one is just an open doorway that you can see spiraling steps, and the other one is a sealed doorway.
And the doorway that we see, it wouldn't make sense that there's a room behind that outside of the building kind of thing. Like the building itself is obviously smaller than the space that we're occupying.
From what you saw, where the stairway doorway is would be the windmill. So that other one would have to lead to a room that would go under the stairs of
Yeah.
it would go under the stairs you're looking at.
Yeah.
Which, no, does not quite make sense.
Gotcha.
But now that Zaros is present and accounted for again, as Constantine looks up and he sees you quite clearly, like, grilling him.
Well, hello, young buck. And what's your name?
I am Zerdos. What is, you said you're Constantine?
Yes, my name is Constantine.
Interesting.
And you're so young. You're from the material plane.
I am.
You must not see many of our kind anymore.
No, very, very few. I can count them on one hand, actually.
Asmodeus, damn them all. It's a fucking shame. Oof. Pardon my language. I'm sorry, Master Caleb. It just...
It's quite a shame.
It has
Is,
been difficult out in the world, the material plane. It's as bad as you probably think.
Well, you three are here to fix it. That's what you're here for.
Indeed.
Please, follow me. Let me get you to the circle. You've things to do, I'm sure. Ramblings of an old man who wants to talk about his horns. It doesn't matter. One day your horns will grow big. You'll see. You'll see. It's wisdom in these horns.
I imagine.
And he starts
Where-
to shuffle forward.
As he like starts to walk away, where is the master of the house? Just curious. Someone that has a space larger than it seems. Just curious.
The master is occupied in his study with his experiments.
All right. Just in my experience, the master of the house meets guests that he knows are coming. I didn't know if he knows we're coming.
He doesn't know we're coming.
But that answers
I-
that.
Then I am out of line, and I forgive. We move on.
No worries, Tenchi. We're just passing through. No
Is he a
one's...
scientist of sorts?
You could say that, yeah.
Would I understand that this is a mage's tower, like from my past and dealing with dealing with things possibly of this nature?
Roll me a history check at disadvantage.
God, what is going on? I got a 7 and a 6.
Oof.
So history.
Mhm.
What the hell is my history? History's a +1, so 8
Eight.
total.
Mages never really needed your line of work.
Okay.
They had other means, so you never really worked for mages. So I would say you definitely never found yourself in like a wizard's tower before,
Yeah.
because especially at the time when they were prevalent, those were peak members of society.
Yeah.
I mean, you would know what a wizard tower is,
Yeah.
but I would say you'd never been inside one.
My family never worked with one.
I would say your family probably had like
Dealings,
court-
but never.
well, they probably had a
in-person kind of
court
thing.
mage, but they probably lived
Ran
within
out
your
of
family's
it.
compound.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, no. So
Okay. Yep.
Constantine starts to shuffle along, and Caleb falls into step right behind him. Come on, guys, let's go. And he starts to walk up the stairs.
Will follow.
Yep.
All right. Comes to the first landing, and there are 3 doors on the first landing. Continues past all of them and heads up the second landing, where there's only 2 doors.
On the first landing, is there anything marking the doors as we pass by?
Yeah.
Nothing. And in fact, the leftmost door doesn't have a doorknob either. The
That's fine.
middle door, no, the leftmost door has nothing on it. It's just a blank, like it's a door frame and a door in it, but there's nothing. No hinges, nothing. The middle door has just a knocker. And the right door seems like a normal door.
Okay.
Come to the second landing, and there are 2 doors. Both seem normal. But you notice the door on the right, which seems to be the door that Constantine is heading towards. The doorknob is actually in the shape of a wolf's head. And he just reaches forward, turns it, opens the door.
Is there any significance of the doorknob?
I wouldn't try to open it if you weren't a guest of this house.
Ah.
Liable to lose some fingers.
There it is.
Then
I do like my digits.
You do look to be nimble-fingered.
he bows you all through this door as well.
Soon we enter.
All right. And as you step into this room, there is a raised dais in the center. It's a completely blank room besides this. And it is carved with intricate runes. It is obvious to someone who has studied them, Zaros, even though you've never seen one.
Mhm.
And Tenchi and Shax, you guys have experienced them before at least once. This is a teleportation circle. The difference here is there is a metal and stone column to the edge of it with a large opal-esque gemstone in the middle of it. And Caleb walks briskly up onto the platform.
Fall suit.
Yeah.
Come on, lads. We've got places to be.
Can you give me like 5 minutes tops? I need to draw something.
And Constantine looks at you.
If it's okay. If it's not, I will just we'll go. We'll go. I'll walk out.
I cannot give you permission. You would have to ask the master.
I will ask another time.
All right. He waits for you all to step onto the platform, and he walks up to the raised metal and stone column. He places his hand on the stone.
Well, Master Caleb, my best to the brothers.
He presses down, and there is a flash of light, and everything twists and swirls around you. Feels like your gut gets wrenched out of your stomach, like you just went down a fucking roller coaster. And then, as quickly as it began, it's over. And you're standing in an identical chamber. But no Constantine.
Ah, just as fun as I remember it.
It is a jarring experience, to say
That's-
the very least.
Was awesome. I want to do it again.
We probably will on the way out.
Oh,
It's definitely best. We'd have to call ahead that time, because you can't just pop in.
I imagine.
I would not want to surprise Whitecrest. That could be...
So who is Whitecrest? Like, I understand he's the assuming mage of the tower, the owner of the land, the possible guardian of the mortals in that area. But who is he?
Is he a dragon?
I mean, you basically just summed it up. He is the mage that protects the mortals in that area. He came through when the cleanse happened. Carved out.
Is he a white dragon?
He's
Don't
not a
think he's a-
dragon. He's a
Ah,
man.
Dragon.
damn.
He's just a man. And he made a safe place for the mortal races to live. Most of them
Interesting.
stay with him. Some stay here. Others stay in the Alabaster City.
I'm not saying this because I mean any malice, I promise. What eh, can you disclose what caliber of mage he is? I'm just curious.
I've never met one stronger.
That helps me understand.
Yes, I haven't lived the longest time. But he is impressive to say the least. He works closely with the brothers, has helped them figure out just how badly the Red God fucked everything up.
It is, in fact, pretty bad.
Yes.
From what we've seen, the world is in a terrible place without magic and the subjugation of magical races. It's been a problem.
Yes. Well, I know that there is a very powerful wizard on the other side who lives a very dangerous life.
Wait,
And-
there is? That is very surprising.
Nathaniel sent the three of you, and you know. I'm sorry, but you know so little.
I was
He is-
literally brought into an office, told I'd be given what I want, and told to carry money across and get a package and bring it back.
That about sums it up, yes.
He is very secretive and does not share much.
He told you you're carrying money.
No,
Payment.
we are not carrying.
Okay.
I am aware of what we are kind of carrying.
Alright.
Is
I
it
was-
not gold? I thought we were just carrying
No,
gold.
What
I knew we were carrying
Right.
a payment, but payments sometimes vary.
we are carrying an item necessary for something that the brothers are working on.
Insert meme of, wait, you're getting paid?
Yes.
Essentially, yeah.
Yes.
Well, yes, I'm sure you guys are in a rush to get done, but we're here now, and yes, there is a wizard still on the material plane who works closely with Master Whitecrest. It's another, as I said, I tend to carry messages. There is a few of us who station ourselves at the mouth of that cave, and missives come through on occasion, and missives go back. We ferry them to and from. And they're looking at two sides of the same coin, trying to figure it out. And they devised a plan. And the three of you are, well,
Ooh.
you're the linchpin
Mythic.
now.
Tenchi holds back a joke and just nods. Attempting to restrain because he doesn't understand who is the hierarchy here and needs to make sure that he doesn't piss them off.
Yeah, what's up, Shax? Or
Can we take a break?
Yeah, sure.
5-10 minute break?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We're gonna take a break, everybody.
Next session.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
go to this and ignore death. Just dropping f-bombs over here like an asshole.
It's fine. I wanted to do it at the beginning, but I couldn't. So then I figured I'd do it at the end of the break.
You're gonna start pulling a Sam Riegel. You're gonna start yelling taint and shit. Thank you, Brennan, for snitching him out. You beautiful man. So
Love it.
we're back, folks. There's a little bit of eating food and drinking now, so ignore sounds, whatever. We'll mute if we can, but if not, I'm sorry. And we're human. We gotta nourish ourselves.
I got beans.
Yeah, we work full-time jobs and we stream on the side, so that's life. Mwah.
We eat when we can.
That's fucking right. I just scarfed down like 2 pieces of pizza as I was like coming down and setting everything. Like I got home from work, threw it in the microwave, and then started setting up. And I was like eating food.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, so y'all have just teleported into a unknown place. You assume it's at the compound, is what you were told you were at. And Caleb just gave you the quick rundown that there is a powerful mage still in the material plane.
Yep.
And that this mage and Nolan Whitecrest communicate via the portal and messengers. And that they, in addition with the Gromley brothers, have devised some kind of plan for which he just revealed to you the 3 of you are the linchpin for this.
Yeah.
You knew
whatever
you were
we're bringing.
delivering an item and retrieving an item, but you were just nonchalantly possibly upgraded.
You know, Jax is wondering
Might price went up.
if the Bromley brothers have like 26 squads of highly capable, well coordinated combatants, warriors. Why?
Us.
Yeah. He's not voicing this out loud, but like, it's one of those if they get to have a chat, you go, okay, you had
You have 78.
almost 80 people.
Yeah, you have 78 highly trained, powerful warriors. Why did you go to a back alley to find us to
Hey,
carry this thing?
Exactly.
Questions for you to ask, I guess.
Indeed.
All right. So, Caleb has given you guys this moment of reprieve in this very low lit room. You actually look around and there's glass lanterns hung around with just dull blue light, just casting this like ethereal glow throughout this chamber. And other than that, it's a blank room, just like the one you were in before, except the other one was, warmly lit. Alright. You boys ready to see the boss?
It is quite literally why we're here.
Alright. It's good to be back. And he steps towards the heavy metal door. Braces his hand against it. And starts to push. And you hear the creak and groan and like snapping of just stiff metal. Damn thing sticks. One of you guys give me a hand, please.
I looked to Shax.
Yeah, I'm like, not me.
Of course.
Alright. If you could give me a strength check, please.
Please. Do not, like...
Just run up and spar to kick this thing.
Yeah.
No. No, well, yes, but I'm going to break my
Break the
leg in the
doors.
process. It's going to be a 1 on the die.
Right. Exactly.
No, it's a 4 on the die.
Close. enough.
So just straight strength.
Just straight strength.
8.
8. Okay. Well, with a 21, Caleb gives it a solid push, and as you kind of brace your shoulder against it, it gives a little bit. He goes, damn it. No, I shouldn't do that. That's a bad idea. Come on, the rest of you, help us push. Come on.
I will give it a push.
All right.
Ha ha!
I'm just doing a run, jump, 2-leg kick.
Yeah, I was just gonna like run shoulder into it.
We're opening this thing.
All right,
I
give it a
gotta-
go. I love it.
I gotta,
Is it not
I
a
gotta
metal
s-
door?
It's a metal door, but
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna hurt, but like it's
Yeah.
fine.
I got a 17.
Okay.
Strength.
Yeah.
14.
All right. Okay. So with 2 double-digit scores on top of that, the door, like, it sticks for a second. Like, Zaros, you brace against it. It starts to like move a little, and then Tenchi just sprints and just 2-foot kicks right over everybody's head, and it and slams open. Caleb steps back and goes, "Damn, I'm sorry about that. That's well, it doesn't get a lot of use nowadays. We've been kind of busy with other things, but thank you."
Not much teleportation between places in this world, or just specifically this teleportation circle?
Those 2 circles are specifically linked together. No other circles will come here.
See.
But this is it. And he steps through, and you are all stepping out of a singular standalone building. And you are on top of not a mountain, but a very large stone outcropping, and carved into it and spreading out around you is the Gromley Brothers compound. And before you see
Everything's on fire.
there is a very large domed building. It's carved purely from stone. You see no seams or anything. It looks like a solid piece of stone. And there is a doorway about 100 yards from you that enters into this, and Caleb starts making his way towards it. And as you walk through and enter, you are in a moderately sized, just plain entry chamber. Stone walls, stone floor, and a set of stairs that leads forward down a hallway. And this is where he leads you. And as you get to the end of the hall, it opens up into a massive circular room. There's a large stone table and a sunken dais in the center. And from where you stand, the room seems to be broken into like the spokes of a wheel. There are stone walls that reach up in... They don't go all the way up to the dome, because the domed ceiling is above you. But they stop about halfway as the dome starts. But it is sectioned into 5 separate rooms, in addition to the one that you just entered from. And all around, you see, like, detective kind of boards. Like, there is parchment pinned up with pins. There is lines across things. There are schematics strewn about in all of these places. And you see, bobbing in through multiple doorways, there are small automatons shifting on, like, spherical wheels. There are some with legs. There's a couple that look vaguely humanoid, and they just kind of canter about carrying things. There's a handful of humans. You see an elf or two, a tiefling, and there's actually a couple of things fluttering and flying in the air. This place is like the like a news reporter pit. Just there is activity everywhere. But standing around this sunken table is 5 very short and stout figures. And Caleb goes, Master Velden, I bring good news and guests. And the one stout figure standing near the head of this table turns, and polished bald head and a long silver goatee that is banded with iron. It goes all the way down to his stomach. He's just wearing a plain gray just cotton shirt, leather pants and boots, sleeves rolled up, and he turns. By the gods, you're finally here.
We did our best not to dally.
I pick Zaros' chin off the floor.
Yeah.
Back
Yes.
up where it's supposed to be.
Zaros, you are looking at Velden Gromley, the eldest brother and founder of the Gromley brothers. And the 4 other figures are the 4 other Gromley siblings. You have read descriptions, you have seen drawings of them, and here they are in the flesh before you.
Yeah, definitely. Zaros is like awe-stricken.
I lean over to Zaros, trying to not be like really obvious about it. I try to slowly just lean over to him. Patience and respect. Don't get overexcited.
Look at
Except
all
the
the
dude who
fire.
just clocked you in the face 5 minutes ago.
Yep. Zaros will he'll take a slight bow, and it is an honor to meet all of you.
You must be Zaros. We've heard of you. Heard you've got a knack for the arts.
Slightly, I do.
And you notice as he says that, the other 4 kind of turn, and they all fixate on you for a minute.
Congrats, you're on the podium. Light
Yeah.
pouring down on you.
You're getting eyed by the experts.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're being analyzed.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Alright. Insight. 16.
Okay. So, as they turn, Velden has greeted you. There is the one, they had their back to you, long, braided black hair ringed with silver and gold loops that go through it, is Genevieve Gromley, the only sister of the Gromley brothers. She's, rough, like, stubbly mutton chops, and you would know that she is the blacksmith of the family. Velden, the eldest, was a carpenter and a spellwright. He weaves living magic like no other. There's Jeremiah Gromley and his twin brother Micah. Jeremiah is a rune wright and has a very, very finely well-cropped hair, but a full, just completely scraggly beard. Whereas Micah, his twin, is the alchemist and potion expert, and has incredibly long and unkept hair, but a finely trimmed, close beard. And lastly, the youngest brother is Clay. Clay, you know, specializes in what you specialize in. Clockwork machinery, tinkering, and the like. And with a 16 insight, you notice that Jeremiah and Clay have both honed in on your wrist.
So they noticed.
Yeah, they got a 21 on their perception check.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if some of them didn't.
To
Notice.
those at home that don't know what that means.
To those at home who do not know what that means.
And my own party members that haven't.
That's true. None of you guys.
Actually, yeah. So never
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But they've honed in on your wrist, and you notice the two of them focusing. The other three are just looking at you. Just they're not scrutinizing you. They're
Can you
just,
give me a rundown of the names real quick? So I just want to make sure I'm spelling them correctly.
yes. Valden, Valden.
Okay.
Genevieve is Genevieve. Jeremiah, Jeremiah. Micah is Mika. And Clay is Clay.
Right. So that was 5?
Yes.
Okay, making sure. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
They all just kind of look warmly at you. You notice the two definitely critically looking and honing in on the wrist.
I will immediately, I'm just going to take off my backpack and I'll stick my arm like all the way through, search around for the box, and I will pull it out.
Excellent. That is what we've been waiting for. Please, come. Bring it forward. All of you, come. Take your places at the table. You are all welcome here.
I will take it, walk forward to Jeremiah, and hand it to him.
To Jeremiah.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, he's the oldest, right?
No, Valden is the oldest.
Valden, my bad.
Valden's
So I'm
the
gonna
one's
walk.
addressing you all.
My bad. So I'll walk toward Valden.
Yes,
Got it.
Jeremiah and Clay are the ones who have noticed your wrist.
Got it.
So, Valden takes the small black box that you all carried with you, guarded, and kept safe in a crafted bag of holding. He places it on this large stone table. Waves his hand in like a intricate like hand motion sign, and you hear an audible click of a lock. And he opens it. And inside is not jewels, is not gold, is not treasure. It is a deep, nearly purple red cushion. And on it is a single item. Shaped like a shield, but carved as wings out of just like shining sterling silver with a single brilliant clear diamond set in the middle of it. And he lifts it up.
Well, that's pretty.
That is.
You have no idea. It's good to see you, my friend. Give me just a moment. And then he places the gem back down. My dear siblings, we have some important work to do quickly. Our friend has waited long enough.
The Shax like leans over to Zaros.
Do you understand what they're talking about?
Well, I know that gems are typically used as focusing devices for certain kinds of magic, but this seems to have a deeper meaning.
Okay.
Shax thinks that they're just like I mean, like they're kind of like eccentric people from the sounds of it. So like maybe they're just friends with rocks. Just and like the cooler the rock is, the more like friendly they are. So like
I mean, they are
dice.
dwarves, aren't they?
They are apparently
live in a rock.
dwarves.
They are apparently.
They live in a giant rock. I mean, the whole place is made out of stone. So clearly,
So, at that moment, Veldin says, "Genevieve, dear sister, it's time for us to get to work. If you would, please." She rolls up her sleeve. Right! Claps her hands, and it, like, echoes through the chamber. Loud as fuck. All the automatons and all the other people, besides the people, you and the people standing there right then and there, all freeze and turn to her. And she goes, "Clear out! Now!" And everybody fucking scatters. And then she just shouts, "Felicity, stoke the forge!" And you see, of the crowd of people scattering off, there is a petite, young-looking girl. From appearances, you would guess, like 15 or 16 years old. And just dressed simply, almost identically to Caleb. And she goes, "Right away, mistress, right away." And runs into one of the, like, wheel spoke rooms. Veldin turns to you like this. This is typically a very private matter. But the three of you did bring him all the way here.
What is he?
A dear friend. Please, step away from the dais. Stay quiet, and you may watch.
the stay quiet part, Shax is having a hard time with.
Zaros has no issue. He's so like looking at everything possible.
So, roll me a perception check. This is a large room, but it's not like fucking huge. You can see every wall. Like you can see clearly into each of the 5 rooms because the entryway doesn't count.
And I got an 18.
18. Okay. So, the siblings all scatter off into their different places. The gem stays... No, actually, I'm sorry. Veldin picks up the box with the gem and the metal signet thing and steps into the opposite of the entryway. And you watch the small human girl head over to the large round forge, and you watch, like, the forge is glowing. Like, it is a light, but she is to stoke it to make it hot. And you watch her just stick her bare arm into the forge, and then it pulses and grows brighter and hotter. And each of the siblings head off to their different spots, and you watch them start to work. They all start to flip through tomes and books and Genevieve picks up a mold and an ingot of metal and starts to heat it and melt it into this mold. And they all just start working their individual things. And then Valden comes back without the box this time. He goes, "You are about to see a beautiful work of art." And behind him, 2 automatons come carrying what looks to be a coffin.
Okay.
And they place it on the stone table in the sunken part of the room. And he opens it up, and all this taking time. Like, overall, it probably took him like a half an hour to get back to you. And you just are watching the other siblings just, again, frantically going through work. Micah is mixing vials and potions, and there are pops and sparks blasting from where he is. And Genevieve is swearing up a storm. "No, Felicity, hotter, hotter, I need it hotter, come on!" And then they all slowly converge around this box, this coffin. And Val then pops it open. And inside this box, inside this coffin, there is a man. Lifeless, unmoving, long, gray hair, but the face looks young. Late 20s, maybe. Body perfectly sculpted. There's no signs of death or decay or anything.
Okay. Interesting.
Just looks like asleep, just not breathing.
Yes. Except, as Genevieve comes forward, Valden pulls aside the collar of his shirt on the left side, and there is a large hole in the chest.
Good.
No blood, nothing like that, just a hole. And Genevieve pulls out what she was shaping. "It's got to be fresh. It's important. The connections need to be perfect. I needed this here so I could do it." And she places it over the hole in the chest, and it clicks into place. Not a squelching sound, but a loud, mechanical click. "All right, Micah, you're up." Micah reaches forward and has a golden liquid in a vial, and he pours it into the metal piece that Genevieve just set in. And it starts to smoke and steam. Then Jeremiah walks forward, has what looks like an X-Acto knife, essentially, but the blade on it seems to be made of crystal, and starts to carve ever so lightly into this metal piece. And then, finally, Clay walks forward. He's, "All right, brother. Give it to me." And he takes this metal and diamond shield from Valden and affixes what looks like a plug to the back of it. And he reaches his hand inside the now glowing cavity, and you hear another faint click. "All right, brother. Time to do your stuff." Valden steps forward, pushes back his already pushed up sleeves, but that, just the movement. And he takes the shield out of his little brother's hand. And he places it into the mold that fits it, and it just glides in perfectly. No mechanical click, nothing mechanical seemed to happen in this moment. And he starts to chant. Do any of you speak Primordial or Celestial?
Nope.
Nope.
I see Zara's checking. He does not. Okay. So what you hear, and I am not so good as to try and speak in other languages that other people can actually fucking speak in. There are DMs out there who can actually speak Elvish. It's wild. But you hear like this just guttural, not angry, but just a guttural language. You recognize it as primordial, at the very least. But then it's odd, as he continues on, there's like that effect of listening to a choir sing, as there's just echoes and reverberations of what he's saying as he speaks them. Not like it's echoing in the chamber, like it's echoing from him. And the gem starts to boom, 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 boom. And it comes to a crescendo. And the gem goes dark. Valden steps back. And they all step back. And a moment passes. Oh, Valden, old friend. You are masterful, Spellwright. And the man sits up. Takes a deep breath. Air. I have missed air. And he stretches his hands out and levitates over the space, drifts forward, and steps barefooted onto the ground. Thank you, my friends, for bringing me to safety.
Who are you? Because I know we're all thinking it.
Who am I? I don't know. I don't have a name yet.
I slightly look past him towards the dwarf brother and just like,
The dwarf smiles.
So, you know his name, but you don't know your own.
I've never had a name. Do you know one that would be
Fine,
good?
let's rephrase the question. What are you?
And he looks back at Valden. If I could step in, and Caleb steps forward. He's something new. He is... He is something powerful. One
I
of a
understand
kind.
I understand I'm a guest in your house and you give me any information that you feel is necessary. This, for an outsider, this is powerfully cryptic.
And Caleb pulls the collar aside in his shirt, and there is a polyhedron-shaped metal disc with a bright green gemstone set in the middle of it, in the left side of his chest.
Interesting.
We are something new. We don't know what we are yet. We're just figuring it out.
Wait, you all are like this?
Well, not all. Myself, Felicity, and the young girl just kind of waves at you. And our new unnamed friend.
Flashback, because it has probably only been, actually it has only been a couple of days for our characters, but I don't know, a few months for us. The dude that we met under the mountain, was it Arthur?
Yes, Arthur. He was a Warforged.
Okay, so not like these.
No, he was clearly all machine. From what you were seeing, at least from the outside, besides the metal plates in their chest, the three of these people look entirely human.
Okay.
But as you're looking, you now see Caleb has the dull gray, the stormy gray right eye and the vibrant green left eye. Felicity has the same, except her left eye is a vibrant red color. And this new fella, it's blazing white, like he is blind.
All right.
Crazy.
I'll ask the question. How do you fix everything that we just came back from? So wasn't that the thing?
And you're speaking to the
I'm
man
speaking to him. I'm glancing at the dwarf. Like I am like making eyes at everybody. Like somebody, just tell me what the fuck's going on.
Caleb speaks up. We all play a part. But my new friend here was just... I don't want to say he was payment, but the shipment and delivering of his life force was payment for something that our clever friends here created. That is the key. You're not bringing him back.
Okay, my brain was very much you made the thing, we shipped the thing.
No. We don't.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to say thing. This is a lot for me. I'm gesturing to the nameless one.
And the nameless one is just kind of just staring around and just shifting. And you feel as he moves his hands, your clothes billow. There's breezes on your face, and it's shifting back and forth, blowing against you, coming from behind you and going towards him. Just all the air is just very unstable all around you and just torrenting.
The mind of a child, the power of a god. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Well done. This is lovely. It's so... And he, like, touches his face. Incredible.
So, he can control the air, she can control fire, and he, and I point at Caleb, controls earth. What about water?
What about it, lad? And this is Valden speaking up.
Well, seems like you've got 3 now. Is there plans to make a 4th?
Plans are not mine. Plans were theirs. We just fulfilled a commission.
Wait, they commissioned their own bodies.
Yes, we did.
Nope, I checked out.
Shax's
I lost
style
my
of draw all this. Shax realizes that like he really shouldn't say anything here. Like this is so far above his pay grade. He's a soldier, man.
Yeah.
He doesn't do like he was here to be like brute force and make sure nothing too stupid happened. He's good. Things are way above his pay grade now, and yeah. He knows that as soon as he opens his mouth, something stupid or offensive is gonna come out.
Come on,
So
Shax.
he's just, yeah, no, he's gonna have an outburst once it's like the three of us alone. But like here,
Right now.
Techi has just hit that point of, no, I'm lost. I'm done. I'm not here to understand this. I'm here to fulfill the job.
You both notice, especially after the time you spent with Shax. Most of the time, Shax, like his idle animation, if he's not like doing something, it's hands on the hips. He's just very attentive, just upright. Right now, it's hands in front of him. Just hands folded in front of him. He's just like, nope, I got nothing.
Now, from what my employer informed me, we were to bring this to you people, and we were supposed to bring something back in return.
Yes. Genevieve, if I may be so bold. Felicity, dear, please. Fetch the egg. What? And Felicity heads back to the forge. And the forge is large. It's probably like 8 feet by 8 feet. It's a big like semicircle. And it's probably raised up like 3 or 4 feet off the ground. And she steps up over and into the forge and starts wading through the fire of it. And then she ducks beneath the fire.
As one does.
And after like 15 seconds, she stands back up, holding a small, spherical, metallic egg.
I swear, if it was a dragon egg, I caught it earlier.
No.
Ah, damn. I got too
We
excited.
do not craft life here. This is a...
No, Shax breaks with that. I disagree!
We did not craft life. He was already alive. We gave him a body.
Be that as it may,
None of
I
us
do not
can
disagree
lay
with you.
dragon eggs.
I will give you that, but what you have created, though it may have existed before, this is lifelike. Impressive, yes. But to say that you did not create life,
We don't.
They
If
didn't
you had
create
shattered that gem open and released him, he would have been alive then. We simply gave him a body. That is all.
They just turned it on. That is all.
That is all. We cannot create life.
Mm.
Well, I can. And this is Micah chiming up. Genevieve punches him clean in the face. No, you can't. And they all start bickering a little bit among each other, like pure sibling squabble. And Valden just kind of like... Felicity, please, bring it. And she places the... Fuck, that's hot! God damn it!
Shocker.
Straight out of the forge.
So he kind of tosses it onto the stone table, and as you look, it is black and bronze spiraling patterns, and at the top is a small ruby. I'd give it a minute before you touch it, but this is the egg, the seed. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know. I didn't name it. I don't have a name for it. It's this. This is your mission. You bring this
Do
back
you
to
know
the
what
thing.
this is?
Of course I know what this is. I made it, boy.
What is it?
A seed, an egg. It is.
More, what does it do?
We have entered the land
See.
of vagueness.
And
Who are you? I don't know. What's your name? I don't know. Here's an egg.
For a bunch
What
of
does
very
it do?
smart
What is it?
people, we've gotten so few answers about anything.
you have.
So few
And this is
so
what
few
Valden
direct
says.
answers.
Listen. I don't know you. I know your names. I was warned you were coming. I was told to give you this. I don't know you. I don't trust you. This
I could sympathize with that.
is important. If you knew what it did, I might not be able to trust you with it.
Why should we trust you that we should bring it back? This is not.
You accepted the job,
There
didn't you?
needs to be a mutual trust initially between us.
Shaxter really doesn't with contract-based jobs. I do a lot of them. You get
I
signed up
do
to do
not.
a thing.
I am a soldier. I am here to protect. And if I do not know what this thing is, I'm supposed to protect it. Never mind the rest of us.
Shax, I don't mean to be crass. You turned into a mercenary when you signed on to payment.
I am not. I'm doing my best to save the world.
This egg will not save the world. It will play its part. Like everyone here, like everything here. Boy, come with me. And he takes the egg, stands up, and, or doesn't stand up, wheels around and starts walking towards one of the doorways.
Did you say boy to me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll follow him.
Okay. Do the rest of you follow as well?
Jax is expecting answers.
I'm curious, but I have a different agenda, so I'm gonna stay.
Okay. Tenchi?
I'll follow.
Okay. So,
Let Zaros do what he's gonna do. I would like to know what the hell we're doing.
So, Valden walks with the egg in his hand and walks up a flight of steps and throws open a doorway and steps out onto a balcony. And as you all, or as the two of you step out onto this balcony with him, he gestures forward. And sprawled out in front of you is 10 football fields worth of commotion. You see 3 massive galleons held up on huge metal stands. You see 15 or 20 smaller frigates and then small, like, waiters just all scattered about up on these scaffoldings with glowing stones affixed to the bottoms and pearlescent sails glistening and tied up on them, and there is an army of automatons and people shifting, moving, loading things onto these. And you see all around this compound there's banners. Black, with M's emboldened on them all. This is a war, boy. This is the army. The Red Guard attacked us almost 300 years ago. We did not see it coming. We were not prepared. But we've had 200 years to prepare. And this is our way home. This is our way into the heart of their stronghold, and we will lay waste to them and take back the material plane.
Shaq starts to chuckle, and you two have heard this before, where it starts at like the low chuckle and then just like turns into a belly laugh.
Mm-hmm.
It says, That is the answer I wanted. I need to know nothing more. Thank you for this trust. And trust that we will do everything in our power to bring this home and do what needs to be done.
Good. Because once you do, once it is done, it's our turn. And we will wipe them all out.
Love it.
And with that, he hands the egg to you.
I will nod, take it, and I will... Actually, Zaros isn't with us. I will be passing it off to Zaros.
It is still
But, like-
warm to the touch.
Like, through the gauntlets and everything.
Yeah, like it's not
Yeah.
hot, but like it's the this has been on a fire.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a metal thing that has been on a fire. But yeah, he is like two-hand holding it to his chest. Like, okay, this is now the most important thing.
Now that members of the party are properly motivated, what level of care do we need to have with this thing? If we jostle it slightly, it becomes broken. Can it fall off a cliff and it's not get a scratch? Where are we with this? How? I would like to get this thing there in one piece. I just need to know what care I need to take to get it there in one piece.
Veldin kind of smiles. You see that galleon there?
Hard to miss it.
Well, if you're anywhere near this and it is accidentally activated, that galleon's going to peer inside your asshole. So I would be
That doesn't
careful.
answer my question. I
Treat it
do
with
jobs.
care. If you jostle it the wrong way and it turns on, well, say goodbye to whatever's in front of you.
Just to clarify, what part of this should I not touch that activates it? I don't want to activate this thing. I just want to get this job done. I just want to make sure that this is going to be done properly and not just a simple bit of negligence ruins my chances of my final eternity. You see him actually start to get mad at a moment, and he calms back down.
What to do with this big red button on top? Click.
No!
It moves 10 feet, and then
Yeah, everything just shifts 10 feet. Give it another 200 years, we'll be good.
Oh, shit.
To the drawing board.
Veldin says, please, please.
Yeah, hands it back.
And he tilts it to you. Come here. And, like, gestures for you to, like, get down low because he's significantly shorter than you are.
I will
And-
kneel and kind of observe what he's doing.
So he shows you that encrusted along the bottom side of what you took for a ruby is actually there is a bronze circlet along it emblazed with runes. And there is a point on the top of the egg, like a little needle point, that is, like, think on like a turn combo. There's
Okay.
correct sequence, turns it on, it opens, there it is. Hard to
just,
do accidentally, but 200 years of planning, I would like it to not get fucked up.
You and me both. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't, hey, top of this, just don't touch it. And then suddenly somebody touches it, just trying to put it in a bag. You know, just clarification makes the job go smoother. I think we can both
Agreed.
agree on that.
Oh. It's been a
Thank
while
you.
since I've talked to anybody other than my commandos or my automatons. You'll have to forgive me.
It's fine. I am a businessman. I deal with people more intelligent than me and less intelligent than me on a regular basis. I just like information. Just helps things move along quite smoothly. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, it's night. You should all sleep. Or eat, or something.
Food would be fantastic. It's been a long day.
Excellent. Tomorrow, we here have some personal matters that we must attend. But the day after, we can teleport you back, if you like, or you can head off as soon as you're ready on your own.
Teleportation would probably be the swiftest way. I know that the member of our party that is not currently with us, the one in the other room, has been talking about meeting all of you for the entire journey, and I imagine sometime before I've known him. Maybe give him a tidbit just to help him out a little bit, have a conversation. He's been looking forward to this for quite some time.
We are mentors. It is what we do.
Other question. Do you have a teleportation to the main city?
No. And right now, that is probably a very good thing.
What would that be?
Some of the boys are dealing with their grief, and the source of their grief is supposedly in the city right now. And it's
We were
probably better.
informed that something had happened.
Ah. They'll get what comes to them. I don't tell my boys what to do. But must honor our dead first. And with that, once he's done with the cat, we're gonna pan back to the other room where Zaros has stayed.
Yeah.
Zaros, what you doing?
So I'm kind of just like in there in the room with everybody else, and like, well, gonna be quite honest. I am a big fanboy of, well, all of you. Being one of the, well, the only person I know with magical capabilities, you have been a inspiration of mine for many years, and especially you, Clay. Some of your inventions and theories and whatnot, I have inspired me to make some of my own things and led me down the path I am at now. But I was curious what the possibility of learning from the masters would be.
As you say that, Clay turns scarlet. Like, blushes so fucking hard. And just starts to like kind of like mumble under his breath. And Jeremiah walks over and goes, "Fanboy, we can tell. You're after a nice piece there. Clay and I made that together, actually." That cat just cannot make up its mind.
There it goes.
I want to be inside. No, I want to be outside. No, I want to be inside.
Right.
He came in here for
Anyways.
food because he likes to be social, and then he wanted to leave. um, yes, it was actually a gift, and it has come in very handy. It has inspired some creations of myself, and so I will actually unsling my rifle, kind of show it off, and like how like I'm sure that they're aware of like regular muskets, but just like tell them like the inventions that I have made and kind of like the stuff I'm currently working on, the projects I have. But then, and these are only some things I know I'm working on now, but I aspire to learn more magically, to go more in depth with my abilities and harness my powers even more.
All right. Well, Clay, take a look at this, won't you? And he puts his hands out for your musket, and if you give it to him, as it,
Yeah, I'll give it.
as he takes it, you see all the spots of your musket that are actually magical.
Mhm.
So, the scope.
Well, it's pretty much the entire thing as well, because the entire thing is enchanted with my arcane wand. So
And this is where it gets interesting. As you watch, it starts to glow vibrantly. And then as the glow subsides, you see, starting along the scope, spiraling runes glowing purple. Comes down in the middle, in the barrel, runes wrapped around the whole thing, out on the musket, and then down the sides, just a single solitary line of runes going back along the wooden butt of the gun. Jeremiah has brought to the surface and made visible in writing all the magic in your musket.
Yeah.
And he turns it over and begins to read it. This is impressive work. And to do this after magic has been siphoned out. You've got talent, kid. You've got talent. And he flips the gun and hands it to Clay. And the runes fade as it leaves his hands. And Clay just kind of starts looking at like the more mechanical edge, like the firing pin, the flips on the scope, the way that the silencer attaches to the muzzle. And he's just kind of like pulling things apart, putting them back together. He's not disassembling your gun in any kind of way, but there's like things that easily come apart and go back. He is just flipping through and just seeing how the mechanics of it work. And he's just kind of like very quietly muttering to himself as he does it. And Jeremiah goes, "You've got so much talent. Why haven't you woken that up yet?"
it's been difficult, and it's hard to try when even doing something so simple can get your head cut off.
Oh no. I mean that. And he points at your bangle.
I haven't ever thought of it more than what I was told I could do.
Huh. Come on. That's one of my best pieces ever.
Lars will just like grin, and he'll take off the bracelets with the bullet engraving that's in on it, and he'll hand it over.
Jeremiah holds it in his hands for a minute and just kind of like runs the chains through his fingers and says, "This has a much greater capability than you have been using it for. Here. Try to bond with it. Tell it your name. And, for the love of all good things, don't be timid about it. Trust me." And
I'll put it back on. And you mean like right now, or like on my own time, kind of thing?
go for it. If you pull it off, well, we can talk.
I'll just kind of like I'll put it on, and I'll using like my normal like magical capabilities. I'm gonna try to like focus in on it, and just like shout my name, and like who I am.
Okay. Okay. Give me either a persuasion or an intimidation check. Your choice. Just let me know which one you do.
I'll do persuasion.
Okay.
And at this moment in time, Shax and Tenchi hear an explosion from the back room.
I would say right about now you guys are walking back in.
I got a natural 20.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Beautiful.
So, on that, as the two of you walk back in with Valden, you see Zaros, arm up, staring at his wrist, and you watch this light just form around him and then burst out, and you hear a very loud, echoing gunshot bang off in the chamber. And with that, Zaros, you can add the awakened version of the bullet bangle to your inventory. As you hear in your head, well, you're a little soft, but you've got some spit to you.
So now Zaros has a cowboy and a sexy vampire in his head.
Yes.
Got
The
it.
sexy vampire hasn't been in his head, she's just been in his dreams.
Close enough.
Yeah.
He's
yeah,
dreaming
I'd say
about her.
it's
He's
between-
having wet dreams, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
They just end a little bloodier than normal. That's fine. It's
Totally.
fine.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll just kind of like try to respond back. Who are you?
I guess that's gonna be up to you. Show me you got the brass, boy. And we'll light some fires.
Cowboy baby.
And then Jeremiah goes, "Not bad, kid, not bad. All right. Now that you know how to treat that thing, let me get you something. And if I can find it, let me, what's it called? What?
So I was just kind of saying to myself, I can't believe I got a natural 20 on that.
It's a good
Yeah,
time to get it.
beautiful.
Talk about. Oh my god.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I can't find it. Where is it? I have something that goes with that. Ah, yes, there it is. Jeremiah walks into his wheel spoke room and he comes back carrying a large trunk. It's just plain oak wood, leather straps, and a large metal plate on the front that just has the symbol of the Gromley Brothers engraved in it. I haven't been able to open it for over 200 years because you've got the key right there. You managed to wake him up, so you can have it. And he hands the trunk over to you as well. And you can also add the munitions manager to your inventory.
Munitions.
Yes.
Hey.
You got a ways to go. Once you get it to give you a name, then you're good. You'll really be able to use him to his full potential. But he's a stickler, so good luck.
In Soviet Feywild, the artifacts name you.
Yeah.
I think, for context, more so once he gives you his name.
Okay. Gives you a name. Gotcha.
Gives you a name. Got it.
I'm totally not doing this because I didn't prepare names for people. You don't know.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
On this side of the screen, everything's laid out flawlessly.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Mapped. Everything. Do a T.
You'll find that the munitions manager is not incredibly useful yet,
Yeah, that's fine.
but don't know the next time you'll see these guys, so might as well get yours now. Val then claps his hands. Well, it's been a busy night. We got a lot done. I think it's time for food and sleep. We have a big day tomorrow, and the day after, you can all go home. Or, well, if you consider it home. But, come. Dining hall's probably full at the moment. The boys will be happy to see all of you here.
Excellent. When it comes to this,
Yes.
And he's holding the egg.
if we're around for another 2 days, should it stay with us? It seems, with what you have outside, as capable as I believe we are, we might not be the safest thing for it while we're here.
Your safest houses in this compound.
Very well.
You'll see why.
I can keep it in the bag, and I do not plan on leaving. I know you would like to visit your family, possibly.
I'm not concerned about that, but yes, if you would place this in the bag.
And he, still two-handing it, hands it over to Zaros.
I'll just like open the bag and drop it in.
No!
Is it
Shax
sure
like
that
looks
we
in,
squeeze-
can't see the bottom of it because it's literally a pocket dimension. Is like, I'll have to just drop it.
Where'd it go?
Like, it's like trying to like find the bottom of the bag to place it down.
Place it down. Gingerly.
Yeah,
Both
it's
arms up to the shoulders, just.
just-
Mm,
I mean,
yeah, it gets like elbow deep. Is like, oh, this can't happen. Just like, let's go. It's just like, oh no, what have I done?
Go outside, everything is gone.
the world explodes. It's fine.
well, you place it in the bag, and nothing seems to happen.
I'm glad it was not also a pocket dimension.
I was
That
gonna
would've
say
been
pocket
really
dimension
unfortunate.
in a pocket dimension.
Yeah,
Exploding the world. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
those
feel
are
like-
fun.
I feel like the artificers would have warned us of that, but you know.
Yeah,
Probable. Hello, Goliath.
Yeah.
Yes, I know you're here. Thank you, buddy.
that would be on the instructions.
Shaylee got him a bandana, and it's adorable.
Cute.
That is awesome.
So the Gromley brothers lead you out the door you came in, and they skirt around the building. And now, as you cross the right side of the building, because the the massive field of the fleet parked out there is on the left side and tucked down under like a stone, because you're on top of a stone outcropping and it's below it. There's another rounded roofed building, but it's kind of like longhouse style, with two large square buildings built into it on the corners. And they head towards that. This is the dining hall, and the commando's barracks is. And you see these buildings are also covered in the black banners with the M emblazed on the front.
Do we know what the M stands for?
Mercy.
Oh,
So
okay.
Oh,
if you,
right,
if you,
gotcha.
if you had some general insight, it was these are black banners of mourning.
Gotcha.
For mercy.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So with the information you had, you guys are able to click.
Deduce that.
Piece
Okay,
that together.
Zaros has got it.
Good Zaros. Good Zaros. Proud of you. Good boy.
Amarok did not have that.
All good. So the brothers lead you towards the dining hall, and as you step through, it's loud, very loud in here. And as you enter, there is well over 100 people in this building,
I
all clad in black. Every single person. Just
must stick out like a sore thumb.
you do see that there is a lot of people in armor, but they have like black cloaks on. And they have kind of shifted to the fact they are mourning, but they are warriors. And
Yep.
as you look around, roughly 70 or so, 70 or 75 of these people are armed to the teeth. Still all clad in black, but there are swords, guns, bows. You're all, well, two of you are warriors, so you are clocking this. There is blades and magical items you can assume. You see grenades on a few of these people. Like, they are equipped. And as you walk in, there's that classic new kid in the cafeteria moment. Silence. And every face turns to look at all of you. Or the brothers. And Valden goes, Genevieve, please, if you could. And Genevieve claps her hands again, that thunderous clap. You're actually starting to think there might be something magical behind that.
Nah, just real sturdy hands.
All that
Also
blacksmith.
possible.
Not wrong. The blacksmith of the group.
Yeah.
And she shouts out, listen up, all of you! These three are the ones we've been waiting for. Seed's going home in 2 days' time. So, give 'em an Iron Flank Commando's welcome. And there's just this, like, ever so slightly stretched moment of silence. And then the entire place erupts into cheers and applause. And then goblets are lifted, tankards are lifted, just there's one guy in the back, like a hulk of a dude, literally just drinking a keg.
Amazing.
From where you are, looks like it could be a giant, or at least a half giant.
Dang.
Because this individual is easily 10 to 12 feet tall. Very
Hey,
large.
boy.
And 3 figures stand. And one of them moves briskly towards all of you. Your height, Shax. Tall dude.
Yeah.
Full plate armor. It's not polished silver, it's like a tarnished silvery color. And there are runes etched into like the triangular shaped breastplate. Like the upside down triangle breastplate kind of thing. Flowing black cloak behind him and a large sword on his hip with a single amber gem set into the pommel. Fist to his chest and he bows. Master Velden. And he turns to all of you. Welcome to our halls. I am Aegis.
We appreciate the rowdy welcome.
We appreciate good news. We have long
Eh.
awaited you.
It is an honor to meet one of the Alpha Squadron.
The honor is mine.
Shax is digging around in his pack, by the way, and pulls out the cloak that he had, because we had gotten a cloak for him while we were in the cities. 'Cause I'm pretty sure, yeah, Tenchi's like changed all over to black already. Doesn't Zaros wear black just in general?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are
And
just,
Shax is bright red and white and everything. It's just like, yeah, okay. So he pulls out, he digs through and pulls out his cloak and puts it over everything and gives Aegis a little nod.
you know my name. Might I know yours?
I am Zeros.
Tenchi Hanamura. I give
In
a
Shax.
subtle bow.
Honor to meet each of you. Shax. Like,
Indeed.
the Shax.
The one and only.
Would you put it that way?
He is just very humble.
Yes, he is.
The tales of everything you did. staying behind to continue to fight the Red God all these years. And you're still alive.
By no small amount of luck. But from the looks of things, I have done no more on my side than you have here.
Ah.
We simply had different jobs to do.
Well, hopefully soon our jobs will bring us a little closer to home, and we'll get to fight together. I've heard of you. I look forward to seeing what you can do.
Likewise, from the way that Zaro speaks, you must be formidable in battle.
I'm nothing without my friends.
Indeed.
With that, he bows you. Speaking of my friends, I should rejoin them. We have much to celebrate, but much more to drink to tonight, for multiple reasons. Feel free to join us at our table.
We may at that.
And with that, you guys are free to move about and mingle. Like I said, there's easily 100 people in here. 75 of them, you can assume they are the 25 other squads, are here and eating. There's, you hear, to Mercy, and you hear individuals. Missile, she's so fucking hard-headed. And just, I'm sorry, brother. It's gonna be alright. And just lots of different sounds of mourning, celebrations of life, and all that jazz. Shax?
Are there 75 warriors here?
There are.
You
Okay.
missed the name drop.
Yeah.
He what did he said?
Did I miss B?
He said
Someone
I'm
said
sorry.
it'll be
I'm
alright.
sorry,
brawler.
brawler. It'll be all right,
Oh,
brawler.
okay, I missed that bit. Okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
Yeah.
No, they are here. And to all those that don't know, B Squad
fun.
was the one that we played in
Last.
the last one shot, and we weren't sure if we made it home. Let's put it that way, and that was the confirmation that we did.
Yep, you plane shifted back to the Alabaster City at the end. After you got to the plane of infinite war, you then plane shifted back home, and the dice roll landed you close to home.
Yep.
And
Powerful,
Yeah,
entertaining.
I'll
that
just
the
like
warriors got shifted to the plane of war.
I won't like give like Shax like a punch in the shoulder since he's wearing like fucking plate armor, but I'll give him like a shove and be like, that is Alpha Squadron. Like they are literally the best of the best of the best of these commandos. Like they are legendary.
I had gathered as much. I get the feeling that he would be disappointed. You spoke of me as if I were an equal, and I do not get the feeling that I actually am.
Maybe not an equal in power, but maybe an equal in deeds.
And
You have done quite a lot for your people on the other side
for a very long time as well.
for a very long time. So, it's it may be less in power, but more in respect.
Perhaps you are right.
And we are all fighting the same fight.
And Shax, you are the mountain that has yet to fall. Don't put yourself down like that.
You are the strongest person I know.
Jax was like waving them off, but like hands on the hips again. Like,
no big deal. No big deal. It's all good. I mean,
Shax, go mingle with your people. I'm going to hang back for a bit and
Does Valden go and sit down anywhere, or do the brothers leave?
Valden actually heads over and follows Aegis to where he was sitting with two other individuals. One who is just as tall as he is once he sits down, and a very short individual.
I'm gonna go join them.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to grab a tankard, and I'm going to blend into the crowd as I have done I don't know how many times, and just start listening into general conversations without like prying into it, but just general espionage because I'm good at that.
Okay. So, also, Shax, what are you doing? And then we'll start the list and I'll take everybody through.
He got invited to go sit with Aegis. He's gonna go sit with Aegis.
Okay, so with that, we'll do the two of you first. You follow Aegis to the table where Valdin has also shifted, and there are just heaping platters of food on the table. It's like this room is full of like multiple stone round tables, and it's very much so. It feels like a high school cafeteria. But instead of a line, like, buffet style to get trays of food, there is just platters, like roasted boar. There is whole venison on some tables. Like, things that have been slow roasted. And people are just cutting and pulling meat off. There's piles of grapes. There is custards, vegetables. The aroma of food is just everywhere. And there are, the rolling automatons are rolling around with very large, like basically horns full of alcohol and topping off the drinks everywhere.
Nice.
So you walk up to this table, and Aegis sits back down, and you see to his left, and once they're sitting, they seem to be the same height, but a more slender individual. And as you look, that almost doesn't make sense, because you can tell that this individual is a Goliath. And slender doesn't tend to be the Goliath thing. But, and as you've seen with, especially in the last few days, the Goliaths with the carved, essentially tattoos in the skin, this individual's face is carved and done to look essentially like a Day of the Dead mask.
Cool.
In just simple, no armor, just plain black clothes, and you see no weapon. And there is the incredibly short individual, just very fine features, a rough goatee, and slicked back blonde hair, a halfling. Also in black clothes, but this individual is armored and has a rapier at their side, and you can definitely see a couple. The bracers are etched with daggers. And then Valdin sits down. And he just goes, "Thank you for joining us, Shax. Please, sit, have some food. And you too, Zeros."
Thank you for the invitation. I will
Yes.
purposely sit next to Valdin.
Okay.
Generosity is appreciated.
Of course. These are my brothers. This is Atlas, and the Goliath has said, "Honored."
Likewise.
And then Aegis goes to introduce the halfling. "Don't fucking say my name, it's not their fucking business. But nice to fucking meet you."
Fair enough.
Ignore him. That's Arctic.
Shax. Well met.
Yeah, you fucking too. And he grabs just like a turkey leg. He starts just devouring it.
I think this one's feral.
You're not wrong.
This is why he's called Arctic. He's hot.
I'm
Spicy!
ignore him. I'm sorry, Arctic is just a bit drunk.
Acquired taste.
He's single sip of alcohol and like a switch.
I thought you were gonna say that he was single, and I was about to say I believe it.
No. That man's married because that man needs to blow off some fucking steam.
Oh gosh.
Shit. Yeah, so that is that table, and they just start kind of just asking you, like, you know, what's it like on the other side? How bad has it gotten? What have you been doing? Your shacks, you've got to have a resistance behind you to be this long. You must be fighting tooth and nail.
They will probably Zaris has heard a little bit of Shax's stories and that kind of stuff, but probably not a whole lot in depth. And doing his best not to disappoint them, Shax explains, no, there's not a big resistance. There's not some crazy militia. It's me mostly trying to avoid fights. Explaining that, yeah, when yeah, I'm not gonna do the voice for this. I won't go through the voice for all this.
No, it's all good.
But like when the war first ended, when the gates were shut, yeah, he was hot tempered. He was fighting back along with a few people in his squad that and others that had some rage in them, reasonably so, and needed to fight it back. But a few decades later, it had cooled, and though other people continued to fight directly, Shax had kind of adjusted his outlook to this is the world we live in now. And rather than give up his life in an effort to fight something that can't really be changed, at least not with the resources and forces that he had at his disposal, he did his best to maneuver and outsmart and adjust people to different places to protect them. So it will be, the combat that he's seen over the past few weeks is more than he's seen in a decade. He's a fighter, but he has not done much fighting for the last 200 years. So he's saying all this and like not making a whole lot of eye contact. The helmet's off at this point. Where we're sharing drink and food and everything. He's not making a whole lot of eye contact, especially with the Alpha team, because they like, yeah, you're expecting some badass fighter who's just been whooping Red Guard ass for the last 200 years and has managed to live to tell the tale now. No, this is the way the world is on the other side. If you want to whoop ass, you're going to die.
So you go through and you explain and tell this tale of survival and shifting to surviving and helping when you can. And that expectation you felt on your shoulders seeps in, and you don't feel shame, but maybe just this twinge of guilt that people on this side heard Shax was being Shax, and that slight, oh, did I let them down, kind of starts to seep into the brain, and Aegis claps you on the shoulder, and you feel this intense warmth spread through you like you just had a big sip of hot chocolate. And he smiles. He goes, you did what you had to do. You've saved a lot of lives one way or another. And then you hear in your head, this voice that just, it's a cacophony, but it's quiet. The real fight begins anew. And it is not a voice of anybody in this room.
Jax has still killed more Redguard than anyone else I know.
And then Archer chimes up,
But didn't fucking Osiris say that he had some elven champion fighting off the Red God? He said so, he said so.
and Valdin goes, peace, Arctic, peace. Yes.
Osiris. You know of Osiris. I have not heard that name many times in the past century.
Do I know Osiris? Of course we all know fucking Osiris. He's the reason we're doing all of this. That's his fucking plan.
Shax is just staring at him like. He opens his mouth to say something, realizes he's not going to get what he wants, and looks to Valden instead.
I would ask you to explain, if you would be so kind.
Of course. Osiris, he's on the other side. He's been planning and plotting and, from what we understood, working with some type of Fey elven magical resistance, trying to build up and prepare for this. He and Whitecrest communicate, they figured out what was happening, came to us, told us what was happening, and we knew we had to do something. We couldn't just retreat behind the gates and hide here. We had to fight and take home back. Elsewise, the results will be beyond catastrophic.
I suppose I should not be surprised that Osiris had some part to do with this. He liked to be involved.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't in contact. I was under the impression you were friends. I thought you were the elven champion he was working with.
I believe he does have an elven champion. I have little doubt about that, but not I. We were friends, not the closest, but we were friends. But not for long after the collapse. I have not heard from him in a very, very long time.
That war took a lot from all of us.
Difficult living there.
But again, we all had different tasks to do, different jobs. I had my own way of going about things, and I am glad that Osiris and others have been able to coordinate with you to the point that we are now.
It's taken a lot. It took a long time to build up the resources we believed we had. It was not until, well, nearly a month ago we thought we were ready. Unfortunately, now things are different, so we may be delayed. But we're nearly there. And what you carry now is an important piece of the puzzle. We had hoped it would be the final piece. Unfortunately, it is now second to final.
Don't be so bold. What is it that you're still missing?
Well, we're missing 3 dear friends now. But what you carry will allow us to shift back to the material plane. what you may not know is doing that is unbelievably risky. It can go off without a hitch, but it can also go very, very badly. Thankfully, myself and Nolan have devised a way to ensure that it is safe. A spell that can be cast over the ships as we shift planes that will encompass all those within and keep them safe. Unfortunately, the resources required are nothing short of immense. We had a line on how to retrieve such resources, and any gestures at the banners all around the room, emboldened with the M.
Did not go well.
No. Instead of saying no or negotiating, a man decided, not a man, a creature, decided that my children were sport, and used them as such. And with that, we are sadly a step behind in our plans, mourning our dead, and Aegis speaks up, and his voice changes, and he slams his fist on the table. And we will have our vengeance. Mercy will be avenged, and the whole house of Entinari will fall. They will burn. We will annihilate them all for what they have done. And then, when that is done, we will see to the problems on the material plane. But we must take care of our own first.
Fair. Also, I'm sorry, but the House of Montanari thing is just like, not just the men, but the women. The children, too. Sorry.
Love it.
Shax has shifted back. We're talking about the sensitive thing that Shax said he wouldn't really talk about, so Shax is just nodding and agreeing.
Mile and wave, boys.
There.
Malin wave.
At that, as he starts to get angry, you actually start to, and Zaros, you hear and feel it too. And Tenchi, even wherever you are in the room, you start to hear this cacophonous voice in your head. Not echoing the words. You can hear him shout, because he does get to the point where he essentially shouts the ending of that phrase. But you hear that strange cacophonous voice in your heads reverberating. And so it shall be, and so it shall be, and so it shall be.
Do any of us recognize that voice at all?
Give me a religion check.
Ooh.
Any of us? All of us?
Not the
All of you.
worst. What is my religion?
23.
23.
Yeet.
Okay.
14.
14. Okay.
That was net 20.
Oh,
Nat
Baby.
The accidental
20.
yeet of the die turned out pretty darn well.
Holy shit.
You're not allowed to purposely throw dice anymore. You have to accidentally.
I have to juggle them.
Yes.
but
Yes.
then it is
It was the,
purposeful.
it was underneath the desk. I couldn't get to it. I had to place my finger on the top, pick it up, pull it out, and figure out what I was looking at.
Love it. Okay. with a natural 20. Holy fuck.
Sorry, you probably weren't planning on telling us the person's life
Not
story
yet.
or the creature's life story, but
No.
here we are.
So I'll say
Uh,
with the 21 for Zaros, you just feel like your blood starts to boil. You start to you want to fight. You don't understand why. Shax with a natural 20. This voice starts bringing a flood of visions to your mind. Visions of battle, flaming swords, war. And you are positive, there is not a doubt in your mind that you just heard the voice of Tempest, the god of war. Yes. Reverberating and enforcing the words that Aegis says.
Oh god. So Aegis is the champion of the god of war.
yeah, like a chosen of Tempest.
Chosen
He
of
is
Tempest.
he is a level 20 paladin.
Yeah, no, yeah. He is the chosen of
Of Tempest.
Yeah.
fuck. Woo!
And
No one wants to fuck with that man. Nobody. Not a soul wants to fuck with that man.
I was already thinking he was a paladin.
Baby.
and Shax, I will also say with a natural 20 on a religion check, you can tell by looking at the way Aegis holds himself. He is an oath of conquest. He is a warrior. But this cacophonous change, you have met paladins before. You knew an Oathbreaker paladin. You were in fact there the day they broke their oath. And you felt the shift in the divine energy around them. And there is a similar shift pulsating and flowing around Aegis now. It's not quite the same. And it hasn't quite completed itself, but you can feel the skew of his divine energy is shifting.
Fuck.
I'm sure that's safe.
Lawful good to chaotic evil. Who
I didn't say his
knows?
alignment. I said his divine energy. And it is as that happens, as that voice cracks through the room, everybody freezes. Except Atlas. Atlas lifts their hand and places it on the back of Aegis's neck, and their hand seems to be wreathed in like this blue, almost ethereal flame. And he places it on his neck, and the flame spreads down his shoulders. Calm, brother. Calm. And Aegis's breathing slows. I apologize. I am in mourning. And when the time comes, we will complete our mission. Time for a drink.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Oh gosh.
And with that, Tenchi, what have you been doing this whole time?
So I have a tankard in my hand. I am either sipping it or pretending to sip it. Making my way around the room. Listening to conversations.
Sorry. You said walking. You said what was it?
Walking
You
around.
said
the room.
walking past or something,
Yeah.
and just
Ah.
immediately
Yep. Mhm.
piano solo.
Hate it. Hate it.
Da-na-na-na.
I hate it. Tenchi, what are you doing?
Sorry.
I am going through the dining area. If I make eye contact with people that are drinking, maybe I give a mug up and then keep going, what have you. I stay kind of moving. Sometimes stop against a wall or something, or I'll go to like the food table and like grab a couple morsels and just munch on them or something, not actually a full plate or anything. But I'm doing my espionage that I normally do in like public streets, in like crowded areas where I get information, learn what's happening, fill in gaps that I need filled, find new intel.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Okay. We'll go with you. Ha! 19 on the die. Investigation is a +4, so a 23.
Damn. So as you walk and move and shift through this room, a few people cheers you. There is a few people who are schnockered. They're very drunk, and you notice that the ones who seem to be drinking the heaviest are the people who are armed the most.
Right.
And you notice that there are a few more automatons around the entrances of this room. And they're not the kind that are serving and dealing out. They are stationed, and they are armed heavily. And you see that Caleb is essentially just walking a perimeter of the room. No food, no drink, just doing a calm, casual lap. Occasionally he'll pat the shoulder of somebody who walks up to him, smile, and keep moving on. And you hear more of the same. You brought him home. That's all you could do. Now we'll all do the rest. We'll honor them. But first we gotta honor them. Get me? And you watch as a fire genasi with brilliant scarlet skin and like these swirling patterns of magenta shifting underneath that skin, shoulders away from that person, walks to the center of the room, throws their arms out and just screams at the ceiling, and a massive plume of fire lifts out of their mouth and takes the shape of like a dragon's head and clamps its jaws and just explodes out. And just two other figures, a big ass half orc step forward and just a slender man step forward, and they just kind of hug around this genasi. And the genasi's burning, like they are on fire, and these two just clasp this genasi into a strong embrace. And as you're shifting and moving around like that, it gets attention, but like no one is giving them shit or anything. And you see similar outbursts. There's someone like throwing knives into a table. Just, these are warriors in pain.
Yeah.
And after about an hour or so of this, like, it shows no signs of dying down. A group appears at the entrance, and you see walking in at the lead of it a tall human male wearing like high-waisted like suit pants like that old style, like Victorian suit, like it's like a crop top suit top essentially, like those days. The white under vest, the short waistcoat, and like that like floof tie that they used to have in bright sapphire, and stepping using a cane. Doesn't seem to be like limping or anything, but has a cane in hand with a sapphire on the top, and he is flanked by about 11 people similarly dressed, all dressed in suits, fine dresses, all in the black of mourning, but all accented with vibrant blue colors in certain places. And all the brothers stand and move forward to meet him.
This is probably the conversation I want to eavesdrop on.
Okay.
Not obviously I've done this kind of thing before. If I can't get close enough without being noticed to be able to hear, then I won't force it, because it's not something I'm not getting paid to do that.
Yeah. Give me
But-
stealth or sleight of hand.
Okay.
Or performance, actually. Any of the above.
Okay.
I'll roll with any of that.
18 on the die. I was going with stealth, so it's 23.
23. Okay. Yeah. Easy enough. And we'll run off of that 24 investigation you had earlier. Val then steps up. Nolan, thank you for coming. And I see you brought everyone with you. And then Valdin actually gives like a bow, and goes, including the Sapphire of Whitecrest. Welcome, my dear. And he then turns back to Nolan. Yes, they've arrived. I assume you didn't speak to them. Yes, that one over there, and he points like at you, just doesn't really like, just like passing. And he goes, and the two sitting at the table. Yes, our friend is already awake. You can't hear Nolan speaking.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you don't even see him moving his mouth. But Valdin is responding as if he were.
Right.
Yes, funeral tomorrow, and figured we'd send them back through the portal day after. But you're here, we could send them tonight if they don't want to stay for the funeral. I mean, they have no reason to. Or send them first thing in the morning, doesn't matter. Whenever they're ready, we can send them. No, I know it's important. I know we're running out of time. I know. Do you want to try and tell Aegis no? Nolan, how long do we have then? What do you mean? How can it be that little time? What happened? Pradith. No, that's impossible. He couldn't have been. I see. Vincent? Son of a bitch. Then we're out of time.
What has Vinny Boy gone and done?
And then
What happened to Pradith?
Nolan reaches forward and he puts his hand on Valdin for a minute and bows his head. He goes, the fucking traitor. Alright. We'll send them first thing in the morning. We have to. I'll talk to Aegis. I'll try. But you know that boy will rend the plains apart to avenge the fallen. Come, drink, lighten all of our spirits. The Sapphire can put on a show. She's talented like that. In fact, she should see her sibling. They are not doing well. And with that, he turns and walks back and sits at the table next to Zeros again. And actually turns in and puts his arm around Zeros and starts to talk to him. Anything else you want to do? Or can I now shift back to Zeros?
I would take that information. Yeah, I'll take that information because that was what I was looking for. Tenchi was looking for the insider information of what is happening. He didn't get all of it because he could only hear one side of the conversation, but he got enough of it to understand generally the urgency of what's happening. And a panicked Gromley brother and or insanely powerful wizard gives a baseline in his head of the level of what's happening.
Just
So-
how screwed we are.
So he'll take a lazily way back, maybe swap out Tankard, grab another one, and then head to their table. But
Okay.
he's not beelining for it. He's just continuing with the stealth, just kind of blending into what's happening, and then make his way back to the table.
All right.
Could we hear any of that from sitting at the table?
No, they had stepped like a
They'd
good
stepped
ways
out.
away.
Okay,
He was
okay.
essentially like almost back at the entrance.
Got it.
So shifting back to the table, Valdin sits down and puts his arm around you, Zeros, and pulls you in. I'm sorry, boy. You are incredibly talented, and I love to teach. We all do, and I wish I had more time. I do, but plans have changed, and unfortunately, we need to send, and he points to you, Shax, as well. We need to send you back first thing in the morning. No dallying whatsoever. It's important.
Seems there was an adjustment to the schedule.
What has changed?
Timetables have shifted. That is all just some complications. As is war, it happens. But it's
Indeed.
nothing to worry about. It's just better to move with swiftness. That is all.
I would agree. The sooner we have this back, the sooner we can be ready, and then it is on your time.
That is right. Now, tomorrow I can mourn, but you, my young friend, when this is over, I want you to come back here, or back there, it doesn't matter, and I'm going to take you under my wing and teach you. But I can mourn tomorrow. You have my undivided attention. How may I help you? How may I help a brilliant young mind?
I want to learn more different kind of magic.
What kind?
And I kind of talk more of details of like how I like right now, like I focus more in like the artificer's style, but I want to more and like with the items and magic, but I want to focus more into pure magic of like a wizard.
Well, I can't say I'm not disappointed. I love a good craftsman, but you have good skill with that already. And I suppose war is on the horizon. Being able to better harness your innate abilities to use them in this manner is better for you anyway. Unfortunately, I cannot help with that. But I know someone who can. And he turns, and sitting like 2 tables over now is the gentleman that just walked in. Is that fine fellow there is Nolan Whitecrest, an incredibly powerful wizard. He could help you. Come, I'll introduce you. Unfortunately, you don't have much time, but Nolan is a brilliant man. I'm sure he could do something. And he, still arm around your shoulder, like, stands, and then as you stand up, his arm is, like, around your waist, so he awkwardly, like, let's go.
Amazing.
And leads you over to the table. Nolan,
Got it.
this young man has some innate magical skill and wishes to harness it more for your craft than mine. And he kind of says it like derivatively. Nolan looks, and as you're getting close, you see like he has, like Caleb and the unnamed person and Felicity, has just like flawless skin. Like there's no blemishes, there's nothing. There's not a speck of dust on this man. He is perfectly clean. He has short, pitch black hair, just a fine, like very well trimmed close to the face, like almost just barely more than stubble goatee, and brilliant blue eyes that match the blue of like the poofy tie. And there's, in addition to the cane with the sapphire, there's a large, like your dad's high school ring, silver signet ring with a sapphire in it, and the emblem of Ayun set into it as well, the god of knowledge. And he looks at us. So you wish to learn magic?
I do.
And he holds up his hand and produces a flame, and he tosses it, and in the air it turns to a bolt of lightning, and as it lands in his other hand, it is just a crystalline piece of ice, and he crumples that, and it is enveloped in like a shadow, and then bursts into a brilliant sparkle of lights.
Transmutation at its best.
Yes. Magic is a beautiful art. It is complicated. It is wild. But easily tamed if you have a sharp enough mind. Do you have a sharp mind?
I do.
Good. Good. Tell me, what do you wish to do with this magic?
Thought a lot about this. I knew that the Gramley brothers might not exactly help me, and they were more into possibly enchantment or at the best. But I do not know if that's what I want anymore. I love the things I have built, but I feel there is more to my abilities than just enchanting things, but changing how things happen and the flow of time.
I see. Transmutation. That is a noble art. And he lifts his hands and twists it counterclockwise. and everything around you, except you and him, freezes. You see a knife in the air. The woman he walked in with is standing back to back with the Genasi who blew fire in the air and is controlling and dancing a massive flaming dragon through the air, and it stops. There's people in mid-sentence stopping. The giant with the keg is pouring into his mouth, and it stops. Time all around freezes, except for the two of you. Time is precious and incredibly hard to manipulate. Is this what you seek?
Not exactly transmutation, though it is along the lines of what I seek, but actually trying to figure out how to like say it correctly because I don't.
No, take your time. Take your time. I get it.
It's chronorgy magic, so it's dunamancy.
Ah, okay. I got you. Let me take a look. Hold on.
It is. It's part of the critical role stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's all.
It's Dunamancy.
Yup.
All critical role stuff.
Like you're looking at like the temporal shunt and things like that, right?
I can just send you the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, do it. Yeah. Reality break, temporal shunt. Time ravage. And the gift of alacrity. Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Got it.
Dope. As you say that, he smiles, and he shifts his hand back out, and you notice as like this, essentially like an arcane sigil forms, and he sticks his fingers through it. And it's all black, and he starts to shift it back and forth, and reaches forward and boops you on the head, and doesn't boop you, but he pokes you in the forehead, and he casts Gift of Alacrity on you.
When an archmage boops you.
He goes,
It's either really good or really bad.
Yes. Your face is either melting or you have ascended.
goes, This is delicate, sensitive, powerful magic. And more often than not, it corrupts the wizard that takes it. Are you sure this is the path you wish to take?
Too much wrong has been done to our world. And I wish to use what I can learn to help change it back to the way it should have been. Not for myself, but for those that have been wronged before me and currently.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay, not bad.
His time still stopped.
Time is still stopped.
16.
16. Okay. With a 16, he smiles. I have one condition. You must swear. Do not try and rewrite, because it will not work. I promise. It never works.
I will never change the past.
Good. Learn from it. And he shoves his hand off to the right, and it disappears up to the elbow. And he kind of eyes up and, not that one, not this one, this one, and reaches in and pulls out a very thin, leather-bound book with a purple gem set into the front. You may take this book. You must bring it back. And hopefully you fill it with more things. Take time.
I'll bow. Thank you for this opportunity. It has been a dream.
Good. And as you take the book, time resumes, and sound and life burst all around you. And Nolan turns without a word and sits back down.
Did you really say, as you handed this book to him, it will take time?
Yes. Yes, I did.
All of you.
You're welcome.
Gosh.
Hi.
I'm gonna go like sit at the table and immediately just start like looking through the pages.
Okay. As you open it up, it is filled with arcane sigils, and you recognize, like, right on the first page, when he shifted that hand back and forth, the sigil that formed in, like, that transparent black energy is etched into the very first page of this book. And there is just details of components, the energy requirements, and you hear it talking about how to safely navigate the weave, how Dunamancy affects the weave more chaotically than other magics do. And it starts breaking it down.
Nice.
Is anybody else doing anything right now? As
I
there is a
wanna-
fire show happening in the middle of the room now, as the two Genasi's are literally causing like a Chinese New Year style like parade show, but literally out of fire.
Amazing.
I will, with everyone kind of trying distracted a bit, I'll go up to Shax when no one is harassing him, for talk, conversation, or what have you, and just whisper in his ear, "I need you for a moment," and I will just walk over to an area that I have pre-scoped out as like, if I stand here, nobody can hear me if I talk softly, and just wait for Shax to join me if he joins me.
Yeah. Shax will wait a moment, make sure people are involved with other things, and then get up and then go join Tenshi. Leave his helmet off so you can hear whispering.
You get over to Tenchi. He looks mildly panicked. Not like you've seen his expressions up until this point over the past period of time that we've been traveling. So it's more of a micro expression, but you can tell that he's worried. About
Yeah,
something.
it is. I've very rarely seen real emotion on Tenchi, besides anger,
Yes.
pretty
He's
commonly.
he's good at that. Yeah.
But like everything else is more mild, and even this is mild for the mild, but like can tell.
Mm-hmm. Can tell.
Gotcha.
Well, I just overheard half of a conversation, and things apparently have happened on the other side, and they're not good.
Is this related to our mission?
It's the reason that apparently our timetable has been moved up. I'm not sure if you've been told.
Volden did say.
We are to leave in the morning, first thing,
Hmm.
because apparently they are both panicked about the lack of time available to us.
Oh, Who?
The wizard and the
Mm.
brother.
Golden.
They were to the point where I actually just let me clarify. I'm not the only one that heard a voice booming in my head, correct? Everyone
No,
else
no,
got
no.
quiet and things happened over there, but I hadn't quite seen it.
That was Aegis. I he is powerful. If you couldn't tell,
Hmm.
he has some deep connection with the god of war, the god of war. I believe it was that god speaking, not Aegis.
Well, that only makes things a bit more terrifying. Because sorry, the Gromweed brother's name? The one that walked up
Valden.
to talk. Valden. Valden went to the mage and told him, "Do you want to be the one to tell Aegis that he can't go avenge his family?" And they came to the conclusion that he would. Tell him he couldn't. So they're willing to incur that due to the timetable shortage of whatever it is going on.
I don't know if Wilden would do that. He did mention that though they are his Italian, he does not control them. They are their own. And something makes me think that if someone tried to tell Aegis he was not going to avenge his brothers, he would laugh and say, "No, you might not be going, but I am."
That's I understand that, but it was the willing to incur that level of aggression
Indeed.
because of the issues of the timetable. What was the name that I heard? Something happened to
Praedith.
Praedith. Apparently, something happened to Praedith.
But something
I-
happened.
To Praedith.
Brave is very. I mean, you saw what he is capable of.
I understand that. Something happened to him that they thought wasn't possible. And it was not a happy thing that happened, based off of the information I had gleaned.
This just gets worse and worse, doesn't it?
It seems to be that case. But I don't. Now, the question that I'm having in my head, the war is the war for me.
Hmm.
I'm here to do this job and get my end. And then I'm done.
Indeed.
I understand you all have things to fight for. You all have an ideal you need to achieve. Once I'm done with this job, I'm done. Now, Zaros and you have ties here, have things going on, and a war that you're invested in that this side of the gate, being on this side of the gate, may be something that, if you two are here, will benefit the cause more than just escorting this thing. This has to get there. I get that.
Hmm.
I'm trying to. I'm going. I'm bringing it, I'm dropping it off, and I'm done.
Hmm.
But I
Indeed.
understand that both of you have investment in this, and I'm thinking of where you should be for the greatest impact.
I appreciate what you are leaning towards. However, and take this as no detriments to your abilities. You are a very capable warrior. We've seen it many times over. But if things are as bad as they seem, we can't trust one person to ferry this to the other side. If it were my choice, Aegis and his two companions would be coming along with us.
It's not against negotiation. Maybe not Aegis himself, but aid in some sense. As you know, I like to keep my secrets close to the chest. I don't like people knowing exactly what I'm thinking or what I can do.
Indeed.
I can get this item there faster than we got here. I will not explain. I don't know if that will help or not. Whether you want to come.
Would,
If any-
would
if
us
anyone
coming along
else-
slow you down?
It's less of that and more if I want you and Zaros to see my secrets. I could bring you along, but I'm still torn on whether or not I'm willing.
Tenchi, from what I gather, what you get out of this means you no longer have to be here. That whatever it is you've been enduring for however long you've endured it, your link to this place will be lifted. If that is the case, you will have no secrets after this.
From that perspective, I get that.
I will not try to pry from you what you are not willing, but understand that as someone with a similar end goal, I want this to be in the right hands at the end of this. You so you can get paid with whatever it is that you seek. Zaros and I for our own payment, but so that this war may start properly. We want the same thing at the end.
We do.
And if that means that I have to die with a secret of yours, then so be it.
I look around. Is there anyone paying us any mind at all?
Give me a perception check.
That's a 16. What is my perception? Wrong page. There we go. 16, so it's 18. Plus 2.
There's two people. Across the room, you see Caleb has stopped doing his lap. And is just not staring, but
But glancing over at us.
yeah, he's clocked that the two of you were sheltered in a corner talking.
Mm-hmm.
And as you clock that, you get a little nervous and you look around more. And you notice you haven't been introduced to this person, but the one sitting next to Aegis with the Day of the Dead etched into his face. He is fingers laced, chin on hands, and just staring.
Not being subtle about it.
No,
Like this.
and you get the sense that somehow he knows everything you're saying.
Yeah.
Do you pass any of this over to Shax, or
I'm currently just glancing over, seeing all of this. I will look directly at the Day of the Dead man and say to Shax, There are too many people here that know and are paying attention to what I am saying for me to have a conversation in confidence. Just staring him down.
The head cocks. And he smiles. And like he has like the elongated like etched line, so it's a gruesome smile. And you hear in your head, next time ask for privacy. And you watch him snap his fingers. And suddenly you hear nothing around the room. And he shrugs. And turns back to Aegis.
Do I get the feeling that if I say things won't come out?
He just casts Zone of Silence on you guys.
Zone of silence. Okay. Well, I guess with a little aid from a
Did you just notice that things got a whole lot quieter in this room?
yes, they did.
Shax is now loud as fuck in
Yes.
your ear.
Yep. Shax, we
And
are
he
in
said
a-
that at like normal volume too, because he was startled by the fact that everything just went quiet.
Shax, it's fine. We got a little aid to have a private conversation. I did not. One of Alpha Squad did. So they were kind enough to give us a place to speak.
We got us a room. Very nice.
I will face towards the wall so people can't read my lips.
Okay.
My tie to that spiteful dragon that we had to pass to get here. We are linked somehow. To the point where I cannot die. I die constantly. But then I come back. I come back in my sanctum. A location away from the world. But it is also tied to every major city that I've done business in. If given access into the cities with the item in question, theoretically I could cut an immense amount of time off of our travel.
And safer at that. If you're able to travel
Where go-
between without being seen.
I don't know if it's safer. We're going into heavily red-guarded cities. Wanted people with an item of utmost importance. I don't know if it's safer than staying to the wilds and staying out of sight and making our way through. But it is faster. Now, if speed is over care, I can do that.
Yeah, you would know. Waterdeep, which you have a place, is roughly a week from the mountain.
Yep.
And once you got there, it would be a matter of hours
Hours.
before you could be back in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
As opposed to the weeks that it took us to get to the mountain.
It took
month,
you roughly 5 weeks to
Yeah,
make this
over.
trip.
I can do what we did in over a month in just over a week.
But he's tempting. Problem is, you are now wanted too.
I am, but I am only known by my mask and my sword. That is my moniker, and I am fine with that because I've been wanted in that aspect my entire life.
True.
So I am very used to being a wanted man. You are noticeable. And so is Ndaros. That's why I say it may be faster and safe and possibly safer for me to take this and go.
Perhaps. Perhaps a mix of the plans.
Shax has an idea.
You need to be able to get through the city. Not just into the city, but through wherever we are entering in, wherever your sanctum is, to be able to get to Baldur's Gate.
Yes.
Wonder if a distraction would help.
I don't know if it will help or hurt. If they don't know I'm coming, if they're not on alert, I might be able to squeeze through. If we make a distraction, they know something is up. Sometimes just blending into the crowd is the proper way to go, and it's something that I am very, very practiced in. I do not.
Which is very good until the chance that it goes wrong.
Yes.
Because then you are on your own against the entirety of the Red Guard. And again,
It's
though you
nothing
are
new for-
capable,
Nothing new for me, though. They've been hunting me
you
for a
okay?
very long
Cool.
time. If you want to
realize
come,
again, things don't get fixed for you, and also significant disappointment for us if this falls into the wrong hands.
no one. Well, after meeting this group, can't say no one, but I powerfully want this job to succeed because, Shax, I have been alive for. Cities were named different things when I was born. The world was a different place.
Indeed.
All I want is to not have to bury any more children. That's all.
Hill's minds work different. Because of how long we live, because of how our afterlife works. We become accustomed to things that other people cannot become accustomed to. What you have been through, your mind was not designed to endure.
What I have been through, no mind was designed to endure, my friend. My story started with blood, a lot of it, and it's only continued to be blood. I just wish for it to stop.
You wish for peace.
I wish for peace. But my peace is different than the world's peace. My peace is
I cannot
everything.
fault you that.
So, now, if you two would like to come, that's your decision. I just know that I have a way of doing this that I am very adept at. I can make this a much faster journey. Whether you coming to help, if we get caught, I would love to help. But possibly if I do it without, I may not get caught.
Also,
I am fine.
I will chime in and say the shops are in the city.
Yeah, no, I know. I have to get in the city.
No. The shops are in the city. Your home and spaces are typically outside the city but close by.
All right. Yeah.
With Baldur's Gate, you are roughly 2 miles away from the city walls, nestled
Yeah.
into the woods.
Right.
and I
Almost
will
like you didn't want to have to
That way.
enter a city to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Not me.
Yeah. No, I forgot. It's been a long time since we built this.
I just wanted to reiterate, you can get to the Waterdeep Sanctum without having to enter a city.
Yeah.
Once you shift to the Baldur's Gate one, the only trick there is getting into the city just once, not twice.
So you still have to get into Baldur's Gate.
I still have to
Yes,
get
but you don't have to get into Waterdeep and
Waterdeep.
then try to make your way also through Baldur's Gate. You just got to do one.
Yeah.
So slightly less risk, just to
Yeah.
make sure you make the right decisions.
So I will. And
A
say
little bit of a
that
retcon.
instead.
Okay.
The way this sanctum works would me and Zaros be able to accompany you.
I've
It
never
seems-
brought anyone before. If I'm perfectly
Well, that
honest.
sounds exciting.
I assume it would work. I have yet to try it.
Fuck around,
So-
find out.
Well, there's time for everything.
If you all want to come, you can. I just know that I have a way of dealing with it.
I am more than willing to try things your way. I am, in case you haven't noticed, not always the most subtle and stealthy. But
It's part of your charm.
this part of the mission, that is what is required. Again, if I tried to fight every red card that I came across for the past 200 years, I would not be here today. I had to learn to pick battles, and from the sounds of what's going on the other side, there's enough battles we can take. So, I'll gladly try things your way. And perhaps me and Zaros can support in a different way, especially if things go south for you.
I can see if there are any willing, stealthy, capable individuals possibly here to help in the subterfuge and stealth aspects of getting it where it needs to be. But otherwise, I think just myself will be enough.
The more elements, the more chance of failure.
Yes.
However, we are in the home of a handful of dwarves who are very skilled at making interesting items. If they don't have something that could help us pull this off,
I don't know who could.
indeed.
Well, let's bring this plan to them, and maybe we can we can figure something out tonight to be able to implement in the morning.
Indeed. Now again, how did you make it go all quiet?
I will spin from, because I've been facing the wall this entire time, just making sure that people can't read my lips, and I'll spin back to the individual, and I will, as I see him probably still staring at me,
Mm-hmm.
I will give a bow, and then it suddenly is loud.
Suddenly it's loud.
Ah,
And then Shax gives like a thumbs up to Atlas, like seeing the eye contact.
I immediately make my way to the head Gromley brother. See if we can deal with this.
And
yeah.
with that, we'll pick up next time. Have a good night, everybody.
Yay!
Good night.
Everybody.
Who rock the party that rock the body? We rock